There's
I'm
no.
gonna do
No
it.
fucking swearing.
I clicked the button. I'm doing it. I did it.
Oh dear God!
Do it.
Don't
No, don't do it. Are we
No.
live?
It's been done. I did it.
Are we live?
You done
Did you
did.
go live yet?
I did it.
You didn't go live yet, did you?
There's nothing we can do about it now. We're live. We're screwed.
Are we live?
There's nothing.
You
Don't
had
go live.
Well, what's this wee business? I mean, it's
one
your channel.
You had one moderately normal show last week, and so this week you guys trying to go for a record for how weird it can get.
Well, you're here.
turn-
so-
Yeah, turn,
You
is that
betcha.
why you got your? Is that why you got your pants off already?
You know, I wasn't going to bring up the fact he was wearing a gimp max, but since
Gonna
you
get
brought it
weird.
up,
You got a big pickle. You got a big pickle mask on. Why are you wearing the pickle helmet? It's not a pickle. Whoa.
well, now Midnight, in all of your years of culinary and cookery, when was the last time you saw a rainbow-colored neon pickle? That was that particular shape.
Pride
Morning
week.
in the mirror.
Pride week. He's got that. He got that. He got that. He got that pride pickle. And look at this guy. He's obnoxious guy. Looks like he came straight out of Lord of the Flies or something.
Hell yeah. We're in the,
He's the Lord of the Fries.
the skulls of my enemies.
Friar Tuck.
Growl. Growl.
Roar!
I need some frosted flakes.
I don't know if I'd be laughing if I were you up there, Indiana Gizzard. What are you laughing about?
He's living in an Amish
Bury
paradise.
you, heathen.
Living in an Amish
And the crystal
Spending
toys.
most of my life living in an Amish paradise.
Paradise.
It's Gizzard Gary in the Kingdom of the Crystal Cola.
Oh man. I think apparently nobody's wearing pants out there in the chat. So yeah, shit's getting weird right off the bat.
Wow.
I don't know where
Kingpin says that bear looks like a tiger. It kind of does look like a tiger.
Sarge has on his movie making pants there.
Oh,
it's picture pants.
picture pants.
His
Picture
novel's
pants.
talking about them, so I'm wearing them.
He's pants from the Talking Motion Picture Show.
Oh, the fancy talkies
Mm-hmm.
from back in the yesteryears.
In the before time.
In the before time. Yeah, it's from Mad Max, right? In the before time.
If you want to call Sarge, the number to call is BR549.
Please remember to send all hate mail to shootingleftofcenter@gmail.com.
There you go.
Hey, that's
Attention,
true. Since I
hot
didn't have a
pants.
chance to, I wasn't in the chat last night with and you guys were talking about the overalls. Don't most guys that wear those nowadays, you start questioning about the firearms, they start screaming something about 2 world wars or this kind of thing.
Single action only. Single action only wear. That's what that is.
I didn't realize that they still made those that weren't actual outerwear for the Arctic conditions.
Oh yeah. All the cool kids wear them.
No, all the cool kids back in the early '90s wore them, or their parents made them wear them.
I don't think I've ever had overalls. I don't think I've ever had a pair of overalls like that.
You don't know what you're missing.
I wear them when I go hunting.
Well, that's true. I did have a pair. I had a pair for hunting. I had a winter pair that I wore during deer season and stuff, but not not just kicking it around the house. You know what I mean?
Not the pants replacement ones. These are ones that you wore over your pants,
Right. Because it was cold.
or you could have just wore pants to begin with.
Winter. Yeah, no pants or anything. Just those right over top. So we got 9, and we're Brady bunching it right now.
What is this winter y'all speak of?
Yeah, I know.
It's when the flat Earth moves furthest away from the sun. They got some idiot on a winch just kind of raising that fake little sun further away, so it's not quite as warm.
They must have multiple of them because around here it doesn't seem to ever get that far away. Because this cold that you guys speak of never seems to find our area.
Well,
I'll tell you, I'd rather deal with the cold than having to shovel people's needles and poop out of the way before I come to my house. So,
well, you see, Calvaris, here in the Midlands and the kind of eastern states, we actually have equality between the genders. We realize that we've come to a condition that for a certain time of the year, the women get to have control of the winch and get to move it closer to us. And during the other part of the year, the men have control of it. Yours over there, it's just everyone just keeps moving it back and forth. You got two people with their hands on the winch for the flat sun, and it just never moves.
we see how it is.
Yeah, we've got a flat sun now too.
Of course, it's all 2D.
Be careful calling them people. They might take offense to that.
You couldn't see the air quotes I was doing. Robbie was doing them for me.
He was doing air quotes like this. He's doing his air quotes. All right. So what's going on, guys? Who we got in here?
Truffle.
Gizzard, what's going on? You did a marathon chat today, huh?
I did.
Solid 4 hours. How'd everything go? I was listening for a while.
Pretty well. I mean, we had a variety of subjects, and a variety of panelists and stuff like that, but we had fun.
Had a nice bacon talk there going for a while. Bacon
Yeah, we did.
Gave everybody. I think we should give everybody. We should give everybody pork nicknames, pork derived nicknames.
So it's going to be round butt.
Mine's chicken derived. I don't know how you can make pork out of that. But.
Yeah, we do C4 pig fence and
pork noxious one.
Pork noxious one. Yeah.
No, the best one is the pork conservative.
Oh, the pork conservative. Yeah. The pork conservative. The pork snob. He lives in Porklahoma.
Too live oink.
Too live. Yeah.
Pork live oink.
Pork night range.
Pork. Yeah. Pig night range.
Pork.
Yeah. Kingpin says he can be baby back ribs. Yeah. So he can be the sausage pin.
Oh, Snob wants to be the sausage snob. Okay.
The sausage snob.
Last time you told
that
me
was in prison.
$20.
Star says she could be Star pork dog.
Would they be Vienna sausage snob or
Star pork dog?
The sausage snob.
We
can make G ham websites.
Abe Froman.
The Sausage King of Chicago.
Yeah. Ham websites. The swiney Marshall. Yankee could be the swiney Marshall.
And the swine ape.
Yeah, swine ape. Swine ape.
Swine ape.
Whoa! Hey! I try to avoid Honda's chat after the last time they started talking about GMOs and turning pigs into spider monkeys and stuff like that.
Trying to make the frog gay.
Sausage for defense. Yeah, I was thinking it was C4 pig defense. Yeah,
Pig fence.
Pig fence.
No, it's C-pork defense.
Pig fence. Yeah,
Pork defense. There you go.
C-pork defense.
Yep.
Fine.
So if you want a pork nickname, just throw it out there. Tag us in it, and we'll,
And bear pig.
Pig Tech Arms is a good one too. Pig Tech Arms just
Pig tech.
sort of rolls off the tongue.
Pig night range.
Yeah.
Nice resort.
Two gun kitty catnip outlaw says gay frog chat is last resort chat to listen to. It's so mean.
I think driving an ice pick through my ear would probably be my last.
He said on Matt's chat today, I listened to Matt's chat for just 10, 15 minutes, and he came on the chat and he in the chat and he said that he doesn't have a topic for the show, and I said my topic for my show is going to be how much his show sucks tonight. So we can talk about that.
It sucks so bad.
It's so hard.
I figured that's what he was going on about, saying, "Oh well, it's going to be the Seinfeld chat."
Yeah, nobody understood what the
because
fuck he meant by
Yankee
that.
was saying, "Well, I didn't realize there was is there a conspiracy about
Right.
Seinfeld that we don't know of."
Mystic Guns says Gun Snob can be a little smoky.
Little
That was from this morning. Yeah, that was from this morning when he was talking about being too close to the fire and not having his underwear on. I was like, oh, I can catch a little smoky on fire. Catch a little smoky on fire.
Well, in Snob's defense, he was probably in the pool.
significant shrinkage.
Yeah, the Yankee was like, all right. The Yankee said, I didn't know there was any conspiracies with Seinfeld. I was like, it's a show about nothing, Yankee. Come on, man.
That's the conspiracy.
We love you too, Gun Snob.
Go to hell.
Sarge, what's going on with you? I know what you're doing tomorrow. If you want to tell everybody, you jerk. Piss me off.
Twit.
Well, I wouldn't have got hooked up with them if it hadn't been for you. I'm going over to St. Arms in the morning to go check out their shop and go load up on guns and bring them back and shoot them. No, I'm probably going to shoot them over there.
So you're going to the actual place? Because I saw on Instagram they actually have like a demo shoot going on in your neck of the woods.
They had one. I know they had one.
That was Saturday,
I
think.
Okay.
So going over there Monday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
No, that's great, man. I'm really excited. You should see if you can go live or something. Just sort of do a little tour of the facility. I know it doesn't sound like it's all that huge, but I mean, it does sound like they have some cool equipment in there. I mean, they have a trap, a bullet trap, and stuff to shoot in. So I mean, it's got to be fairly sizable at least, But it'd be interesting to see it.
Everything's a bullet trap if you believe in yourself.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, I guess not things that are too soft. Things that are too soft aren't a very good bullet trap. But
no, it's a ratio. The harder it is, usually the less of it you need.
That's true.
That's what she said.
Those talking about those bullet snails. They're about the size of like not the individual cartons, but like the crates or the larger bulk boxes that eggs come in. They're usually about that, like a cardboard box or like a milk crate, basically. They're about that size.
Okay.
Yeah, because all it is, you're basically just shooting into plates that are slightly angled, and it just kind of deflects it down and breaks it up to where it loses most of its momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, you know this is coming, but you got to ask obnoxious how those drywalls work for bullet stops.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, they work good. You just need like 60 or 70.
If he didn't say it, I was gonna.
They don't work very good as bullet traps, but they do work excellent as hollow point plugs.
There you go.
You're all dead to me.
Sad.
Oh, that's
actually
Hey, I
how it
didn't say
is.
shit.
But you were thinking it very
That's
last
who was gonna get it first.
I don't
as
think
soon as
you guys.
said anything, to be a bullet stop, I knew someone was going to bring that up. I was just going to wonder who was going to be the jerk.
I don't think
therefore
you
you
should
thought
be
about it.
You jerks.
I don't think you should be making fun of speed holes like that. That's not nice at all.
But Midnight, it's a house. It's meant to be stationary.
Maybe
Speed
he
holes are
meant
kind
to
of
do that.
contradictory to what they're supposed to do. I mean, if your house is moving, that's one thing. And no, we're not talking about your mobile homes or your double wide.
Mobile.
I say not everyone's home is parked in the same place every night. Okay.
Pat Hirsch, he's quoting Clint Smith out there. He says, "Pistols put holes in people. Rifles put holes through people. Shotgun." I think he actually said shotguns blow chunks of people. Chunks off people. Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Chunk was my dog.
Yeah, I know that.
Now, was that before or after you got him home for the
after
first
14
time?
shots, right? After 14 shots. Or however many in the joke. I think I say 14 when I said a joke. SS Pawns out there. How you doing, Stan? What's going on, buddy? Stan, did you get a chance to watch the show last week? I thought maybe he'd be interested in it. He's a gun nut.
Or did Travis P11 contact you to tell you, hey, get one of these? I need to be the first to review.
Yeah,
there's
a couple of people that seem interested in him, which would be, it would be neat to see, some sales go to him. I mean, he was, Ghost also is looking to maybe talk to him a little bit, I guess. He was working with Devil Dog Arms, and they have that 1911, that 3.5-inch 1911 and 9mm. And I was like, oh man, it'd be awesome for you to shoot them side by side. It'd be kind of cool. Flamethrowers burn people. Yeah, they do. They cook ducks on the way down too. Don't you watch? Was that Rich's show?
Yeah, right? You rock salt them.
Yeah, you got to rock salt them some bitches, and then on the way down, your buddy torches them up.
Montreal shot shells.
That's right.
Well, don't they make those Cajun shells that are supposed to season your duck after you shoot it, or while you shoot it?
Oh, well, you probably shoot a burglar with those too. I'm sure they.
No, it's like they use the seasoning like shot buffers. So there's still, like 100. What are these triple BBs or whatever in there? It's just that. Oh, hey, to fill in the cracks, we put in some of this Cajun seasoning.
Guitar Man Pete says a shotgun with the right load at the right distance will take a chunk of shit off you. You'll need to hire a professional to clean up. You'll need the wolf.
Oh, you said the wolf?
And that's all you had to
I've been in
say.
the county before.
Oh, the wolf? Oh shit! Oh shit!
Because you can't do that whole quote.
That's right.
Nope.
That's right. Oh shit! Nebraska.
I shot Marvin in the face.
G23 says I want one. I want one once they do away with grip safeties and get a 40 Smith & Wesson. Yeah, the 40 I'm game for. The grip safety, I don't know why the grip safety would be an issue, but I mean, if you don't want one, you don't want one.
Well, it's for people who don't have the hand strength to, depress it or keep it depressed. In which case, he'd just be better served going to 9mm, since clearly he doesn't have the hand or the wrist strength to handle the 40.
Ouch. That's mean.
Plus,
those are mean words. Mm-hmm. Mean words.
But in all reality, these is also for people who, if you decide, hey, I'm going to go to a gun sight class and shoot, 1,500 rounds over 2 days through it, then yeah, it's. I don't know. I don't want to say that the stuff that Cosaint's making won't make a nice little range gun, but it's it's a carry gun. It's not something you're gonna like just going, hey, I got this bucket of bullets for cheap from the local fleet store, so I'm gonna go pound them through there in a week or in an afternoon.
Yeah. I think it's built to be a carry gun. You know what I mean? They're building it for a specific reason, and it sure as hell would be nice to use it for that reason. That's why they put the effort into it. Glimtech, what's going on, buddy?
Well, and that's where in the interview. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, Glimtech, buddy.
Glimtech, you sound different today.
You've got to stop putting your underwear in the dryer on super high heat.
It sounds like Glimtech got stuck in his zipper when he was putting his pants on this morning.
Whoa! You ain't shit.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Well, you timed it just so perfectly to answer there, Calvert. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But that's where you guys were talking about the range gun version of the Cosaint. That's where in the interview he addressed that. That's where if you came back with a frame that was having an issue because turns out, hey, you're using it as a high volume competition gun, that they would switch out to a metallic so that way you wouldn't have a frame issue again. They addressed that in the interview.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some of you apparently weren't listening.
No, I wasn't saying. I was saying for the grip safety. I wasn't saying anything about the mechanical soundness of the gun. It's just a well-known thing because Colonel Cooper was, for the longest time until the Glocks came out, the biggest diehard fan of the 1911, and it's a known thing. Take a look at any of like the National Match or any of the fancy grip safeties compared to an original 1911 grip safety. They'll have that little bump out on the bottom of them to make sure that your hand is depressing that grip safety all the way. What I was getting at is that if you're taking a class and doing this very high volume shooting, your hand will eventually fatigue. Your grip strength will loosen enough to the point of where you may not be fully depressing that grip safety to go down all the way. Which is either a simple thing if you're at the class of using a rubber band, literally like a
zip tie it.
Now, zip ties they got like that sharp edge when you snip off the end.
You should probably duct tape it down if you're going to carry it too, just in case.
Just duct tape it to the trigger.
There you go.
Well,
and you can just fan the hammer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how would you load it? You'd go to close the slide, and go pow.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Instead of having to remember to flip down the safety, carrying it cocked and locked, I have to remember to keep it on an empty chamber or keep the slide back and then bring it up on target and put that little switch down. Ladies and gentlemen, and Jonas's of all ages, the views and opinions of...
This is my gig, you son of a bitch.
Fuck you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the views and opinions expressed by C4 Defense are the views and opinions of C4 Defense only, do not reflect the views and opinions of anybody on the panel, anybody who gives any kind of training, anybody who doesn't wear overalls, or anybody normal in the world whatsoever.
Voda says it's a good idea.
You'd know.
Oh, well, yeah, Voda. But
Voda.
He says it's a good idea. He also sits on his gun when he's driving without a holster. So but you take that for what it's worth.
And when you get pulled over, you got to rack the slide half a dozen times to make sure that the officer sees.
Right? No, I'm not lying.
That your gun is unloaded.
Yes.
No, 1997. At the time it was designed, it was actually the grip safety was an Army requirement, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Or was it the manual safety? I forget which.
I think the manual safety was a cavalry requirement, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because they had to be able to put it back. They had to make it safe with one hand.
Yeah.
Because they had the reins in the other hand.
Yeah, it originally didn't have that, I don't think.
That's where the whole confusion of cocked and locked comes from. That was just how they made it safe. Well, they had the reins in their hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember when we were at JM Davis because he had like a couple of not really prototypes, but like predecessors to the 1911. They were like the Browning 1910s and that. Trying to remember if they had grip safeties or not.
Snob. C4, you're supposed to wear that without a shirt.
I don't have a shirt. I don't have a shirt on under my sweatshirt.
Overalls and a hoodie? That's just weird.
Weird. So is that like ghetto rule?
You guys have never seen people actually wear overalls, then, if you haven't seen them with a hoodie.
Yeah, but usually they go like over the overalls.
No.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, no, not in my corner of Appalachia.
Nope.
Weston probes.
Your ways are quaint up there in Minnesota.
Oh, you guys. So anyway,
Weston, if you're talking the Colt Pocket Hammerless and 32 Auto, yes, it does have a grip safety. It's just that it's got a much shorter travel distance on it, but it also still has the manual safety that locks the slide as well.
Did you read your email?
Who?
Midnight.
Which one?
I just sent you an email. You should read it.
Oh, okay.
Guarantee you will lol.
Oh, well, lol. Okay.
Lol.
So Glimtech, what's going on, buddy? Do you shoot today?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we did. And we took the Masada out for a run.
Oh, very cool.
And
Yes, it was. And actually, as a matter of fact, I was sitting here looking. I just got the times. Time given to me. So I went up second overall tonight today. I didn't think I shot that well, but yeah. So anyway, but it's all boxed up and ready to come out to Pennsylvania.
I gotta let me. I'm gonna need to wait till my Patreon hits next month so I can pay for it to send it back to you. I gotta. Well, I guess I gotta trade a pay to. I guess I gotta have it transferred too, right? My buddy's not too expensive.
As I say, is he gonna pay? Is he gonna charge you to transfer it?
I don't know. I guess not. Maybe I don't know if he does. Probably not.
Like I said, if you send me his info, I'll talk to him and just tell him, look, it's going to be for a T&E.
Oh, he's cool. You don't have to do that. It's fine. I'll shoot him a text. I told him I saw him at the outdoor show, and I told him that I'm probably going to be having something sent to him eventually. And he didn't have any experience with it, so he was curious to take a look at it anyway. So,
like I said,
Night Kingpin.
Good night, Kingpin. I got two extra mags with it, so I got 4 mags to it.
Snap!
Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not in a really rush to get it back.
Okay.
So, like I said, I just need his info.
Okay.
And when you can get it back,
you can bring it to him at Wanamaker.
Yeah. Well,
in November.
Yeah.
In November. Yeah, there you go. That'll work.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Pat Hirsch is a killing machine out there. He said he got 7 skunks in 6 days with a 22 mag.
Yeah. They were all at the zoo, but whatever.
I mean, it's impressive enough to get skunks without getting sprayed on, but to use the magazine of a 22 to do the deed, there are more efficient ways for you to do this.
I was going to say that's pretty.
It's called a beady stick. Usually, just like a branch off a tree. General rule of thumb: if it's thicker than your wrist, it makes a good beating stick.
There you go.
Just ask Adrian Peterson.
Oh boy, he's how much I forget what happened to him because of that. That son of a bitch, man, beat the shit out of his kid. It's a shame. It was sad to hear that. I don't know if I don't know what he ended up getting out of that, but I just remember hearing the reports on the doctor's reports on his kid when they checked him out, the bruising, where the bruising was and stuff. Fuck that guy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that does that to a kid shouldn't be out in society. You can't control yourself.
Let him come back in and play in the NFL.
Okay, Adrian Peterson, the name sounds familiar. Who's this douchebag?
He used to play pro football for the Vikings.
Yeah. How long did he when he came back? What did he get out of that? What did he end up getting out of that?
Dude, I remember that at a time the 2 players that I remember were Adrian Peterson and Randy Moss, and that was like maybe a 4 or 5 year period, and then one or both of them left. And honestly, I really don't give a rat's ass about the feet ball.
Yeah.
And who was it sit out there? Guitar Man Pete. You said rule of thumb. If you're thinking the rule of thumb like I'm thinking you're thinking, that's actually a myth. Gotcha. Just notice if C4 were to, or if C3 were to turn his camera on, we'd have a.
It's pickle.
Well, it says C3. If he turned his camera, there we go. Now we got, at least in my screen, we got a little 5-way with the cameras and 4 losers without.
Boomer Sooner.
Oh.
Randy Moss turned into a pothead. I don't care how much pot you smoke, but you beat the shit out of your 5-year. How's that kid was like 5 or 6 or something? I think he's like my son's age.
Mm-hmm.
He was young.
Look, there's a
shit out of him.
There's a fine line between disciplining your kid and taking your day out on him. Yeah. One is marginally acceptable, the other is not acceptable. No,
the line is not really that fine. It's pretty.
It depends on where. Yeah, it depends on where you live.
No.
Now you tell me.
Well, you got some areas where you lay an unkind hand on your kid for anything, and it's immediately child abuse. No. He was pulling his sister's hair. I smacked him on the back of the head, told him to knock the shit off.
With a
If you're
pipe.
not leaving marks, you're pretty much okay. That's how I see it. Actually, that's how the law around here sees it.
I'm the only one that beats my kid.
Yeah, but your kid's like 30, right?
40, yeah.
Wait a minute. Was that you two? Was that you with the cow mask we were seeing in on the latest episode of Rest Home Wrestling?
Yep.
Got him tied up in the
Rest
basement.
Home Wrestling.
That's when he was chasing down the hallway with his walker, going click, 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 click.
What do you mean a foreign object? He was perfectly justified. He whipped out his catheter and tried to strangle the man. The other guy took the walker and beat him over the head. It was perfectly legal.
Goddamn Foley chokes me out every time.
Yeah. Why do parents stop?
Don't forget that we got to take the walker for criminal for criminal prosecution there.
I don't know. I'm thinking that
for a while.
Usually by the time they can swing back, they either learn the lesson or the parents have just kind of given up, and it's like, you're beyond me. Or there's some kind of odd respect of, okay, you're actually standing up to me. Whatever.
All right. Hey, not Ape. Moo, what's going on with you? Anything? As you said, you sold your house, right? Your old lady kicked you out of the house or something?
Yeah.
You hooked up with some gal named Mary.
I would only hope. Yeah, we accepted a offer on our house, and we made an offer on another house yesterday or Friday. They accepted it yesterday. And we're supposed to close on March 23rd. So we'll be empty nesters this year. So
nice.
My son's 21 and my daughter's 18, and she's going to college in the fall. And so just be me and the wife and the dog, and as much vodka as the pantry will hold.
Well,
and I'm working on my manifesto.
You say that too loud, you might have.
Speak English,
say that too loud, you might have any hate drop by your house. Vodka. If you say that too loud, no.
Well, now, Moo, aren't you moving out into the rural environments?
No.
No.
No. No, I wanted to.
That's unfortunate, because if you moved out to the rural environments, you have all outdoors to store your vodka.
What was that?
I know, what was that?
No. So anyway, I'm working on my manifesto before I go on my 3-state killing spree. But beyond that,
disclaimer time.
Ladies and gentlemen, views and opinions expressed by Two Light Moo, the views and opinions of Two Light Moo and Two Light Moo only do not reflect the views and opinions of Midnight Range. Anybody who's not planning on going on a 3-day killing spree and the police.
Oh, who's with me?
Just you and the 4 other voices in your head.
Oh, there's only 4?
Two live mooses.
Moose.
Night Strike, use actual words.
Mooses. Night Strike's with me. See, he won't join.
Well, you see, he's on the coast, so you have to go to get him and then drive back.
Well, I do have a truck.
To be fair, you don't have to bring him back.
Boy, got through 2 openings and we already lost control.
Oh, we were out of control long before the openings ever started.
It'll be 1 o'clock in the morning before you get through the openings.
Don't move
Do
in.
the openings and start the closings.
What's going on with you?
Nothing. I'm not planning on
thank
going
you,
on a
everybody, for
three-state
joining.
killing spree.
Bye.
Yeah, none of that. None of that whatsoever.
Did
4 states.
do you put any more speed holes in your house, or no? You
Nope.
Oh no, you son of a bitch!
You still got the regular old slow house.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't got the stones.
Do you have a canic patch?
Well, you know, Midnight, his house has to go slow. If it goes too fast, his water feature, all the water will just slosh out the back, or the little fishies will just suffocate.
Yeah.
OB, do you have a canic patch?
What?
Do you have one? Or you want me to give you one?
Hold on. I don't know. You gonna give me one?
I sent you a message. Thought it'd be good for your opener.
For my opener.
This is still the opening of the show. I was going to give you a canic patch to show off.
Oh, I have a canic patch.
Went right over his head.
It's like way over there. It's way over.
You ain't getting up to that shit.
Can you reach it? It's like way over there.
Well, I can hand it to you. I've got an extra one right here, and I was just going to reach up there and hand it to you. Wait, is it over there?
Because I'm below you and below Midnight Range. So
no,
I don't know how this is working. Hold on.
It's different on everybody's screen. It's not the same.
But I was looking at YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube, I don't know what it's like. Yeah,
that's what everybody sees.
That's the one that's the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You want it back?
Well, hand it back to me.
There you go.
All right. Thank you. All right. There we go.
Get it back?
Yes, I got it.
So what we just learned there is that the orange one is Sarge's.
You might want to wipe that. You might want to wipe that down with like.
It's better on StreamYard.
You might want to wipe that down with a disinfectant or something like that.
Yeah, like boiling bleach and lighter fluid.
Yeah, there you go. Budget, what's going on with you, man? Good show last night? No, not last night. Friday night.
Thank you. I spent some wonderful time today shooting a follow-up video for the Henry lever action axe. I took it out to the range and was shooting some various targets and was shooting clays with it. Even one-handed a couple. That video drops tomorrow at 6. I am still running the NRAM sticker thing and contest. Need 16 more to get every 16 more dealt with in order to get the gift cards out on the table. So anybody that orders during this show will get this too. A
Mickey Mouse
logo sticker, a Ride of the People sticker, and a patch in addition to the sticker and a chance to win the prize pack. Hold on one other moment. And the first two to buy two tickets or more, 2 stickers or more, will get one of these. And it's the only 2 in existence. Well, okay, there's one more. So there's only 3 in existence. You'll have 2/3 of these.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, unless you buy 4, then you'll have, whatever. 1/3.
You got an electronic address to that?
budgetgunsandgear.com. Anywhere on the website, down at the very bottom, there is a PayPal donate button, and you can get it through there. I can't. I'm not don't have a wrench. I can't fling a link out in the chat.
You're not a wrench?
Nope.
You can post in here, and one of us can post the link out on the YouTubes.
I thought you were on. I thought you were one of my patrons. No.
No.
What up?
Oh, you're one of mine.
He was, but when you took him out of the back of the freezer, you saw he got a little bit of freezer burning. You just threw him out.
You should have just said yes. I'd have believed you.
No, like I'm gonna lie. I'm an honest guy.
You're not lying. You're merely omitting the truth.
I said I thought you were one of my patrons, and he went.
No, right.
I completely paid for this.
I did not snicker or laugh.
But
it was the quickest no ever.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
I am honest.
It's like, Billy, were you the one who ate the cookies off the baking pan? No.
Matter of fact, my boss told me I shouldn't be so goddamn honest because I tell on myself. Other people don't have to snitch on me.
Yeah, I've always been that way too, and especially with work and stuff, I'm usually the first one to tell the boss or whatever, like, yeah, I did this and I screwed up.
Yep.
But I've been lucky enough for a long time to be able to work. That I've worked for people that are fine with that. And
ownership.
Yeah, and they know that you're gonna, that you're gonna make mistakes and whatever. It's all part of learning too.
I own.
Yeah. It's all part of learning. When you take a position younger too, you're gonna make mistakes. I'd rather have an employee make mistakes and let me know and know that they understand what they did was wrong and that they should do something different next time. It's a lot more constructive than hiding a mistake or something. It doesn't do you any damn good.
Hell, a lot of the time, even if I do something that's completely, totally, and utterly a violation of policy, I'll tell them I did it, and I'll tell them why I did it and why it was the right thing to do at the time. 9 times out of 10, they agree.
Budget's like, yeah, let the guy out of his cell. Yeah, he's at home right now. What are you gonna do about it?
It's
I gave that guy regular cotton sheets. Why are you giving me that look?
Yeah.
Why's the morgue team here?
Yeah.
It's usually the opposite. It usually involves the use of force, unfortunately.
Honda.
I was gonna say, was budget working, extra hours, over when Epstein was in jail, or what?
That was the subtle nod by saying, "Yeah, I gave him cotton sheets."
Yeah, it's budget, guns, and thumper gear.
Yes. No.
Okay, I admit it. I used the stun glove to warm up my baked potato.
Alive. Everything.
Honda says, "What's up? Did you enjoy the frog chat?" Yeah, I was running a little late today because I was throwing up. So I tried to watch the frog chat and it's just, it's horrible. No, I didn't get a chance to watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow. I usually catch up on some of the Sunday stuff on Monday while I'm doing stuff at work. Sunday's tough for me to watch. I'll watch chunks of shows. I'll watch for a couple minutes here and there. In between doing stuff with the little guy. I try and spend as much time with the family stuff as I can on Sundays. So, if we're driving or something like that, I'll put it on when the Bluetooth. Sometimes we'll listen, depending on what the show is. Or around the house or something like that if I'm doing stuff with them, and I can listen for a couple minutes here and there. But I usually don't get a chance to listen to a whole lot of stuff on Sundays. Pickle, what's going on with you out there in California? California, huh? What's going on out there?
Well, considering just here in the last couple days, one of our pinheads under the dome introduced a lead ammo at range ban, so basically making it so that lead ammo won't be able to be used anywhere in the state. Hoping we can get that one defeated. I gotta do some reading up on it and try to release a video on it in the next couple of days. But other than that, spent the weekend working on getting a mount made for a CB for my Jeep.
Good news for us. Ninth Circuit Court. It flipped. It's now a Republican Circuit Court.
Really?
Good.
Constitutional judges. It flips Saturday.
For sure it flipped.
Yep.
So now an actual constitutional Republican, or just like a small R Republican?
Well,
No,
that's where
it's
I
a big R
know.
Republican.
Wow, I know. Federal Judge Benitez down in Southern California has the ammo, the mail order ammo ban on his desk, has the assault weapons ban on his desk, and I think something else. And he's supposed to, early March, he's supposed to rule on it, assuming he doesn't get pushed back again, because it's already been pushed back twice. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they made an announcement yesterday. Ninth Circuit got flipped.
Oh, Jason Stewart gets a hat. There you go, Jason. Very cool. So that's just for indoor ranges. Now that's all indoor ranges too. They're not even giving people a chance to upgrade ventilation or have any kind of circumstances at all, right? It's
From
No
the
lead.
synopsis I read, it'll be shooting ranges, period, indoor and outdoor.
Oh, outdoor too.
It's just backdoor gun control.
No shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Like I said, I have to do some more reading up on it, but from the synopsis I read this morning, it'll be all ranges, period.
I thought it was just indoor ranges. Wow.
And then, contrary to that, then when you go to Virginia, where they're trying to ban copper bullets and anything plated, and you can only shoot lead.
Right. Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe somebody's wrong. Let's see. You know, is it possible that maybe somebody's wrong? Yeah, that's that's crazy. It's just making it so hard to shoot. So what if wow, indoor and outdoor ranges too, huh? That's crazy.
Yeah, especially since, of course, non-lead is 2 to 3 times the price, and especially with not being able to mail order, so you can't even take advantage of sales at places. So, yeah, things are getting a little dicey.
Kinky is asking if California has red flag laws, Pickle. What do you know about that? I do believe they have some sort of it, right?
That's where they have one. I know there was an attempt to expand it. I don't know if the expansion passed. Last I was familiar, law enforcement could get one. I believe immediate family can get one, and judges can order one.
Right.
And they tried to expand it out to present and past roommates, supervisors at work, co-workers, and just about anybody else. But I don't know if the expansion.
All right, Ape, what's going on with you? Anything new?
Oh, not a whole lot, really. I've had to work the last couple of weekends, so that's been fun. Mm-hmm. Especially since Friday night when cleaning the machine, I took a pretty sizable chunk of meat out of one of my knuckles on my fingers. So
that sucks.
Yeah, especially when you...
You have 19 more, don't worry.
No. Fingers are fingers. Toes are not fingers. Toes are toes.
He's talking about knuckles.
Yep, you got 2 knuckles in each hand, on each finger, though.
Sounds like logic in 1911.
No, I'm sorry. Forgive me for injecting any kind of logic here. Forgive me, please. Don't ban me.
Last weekend was the calm, understanding, using heads thing. This is we've got more shit to ram through this show since we couldn't do it last weekend.
Gotcha. Forgive me.
No, it's...
Proceed.
I mean, it wasn't too bad. I actually got one of my pinky and one of my ring finger because everything kind of slipped when I was using a stick to try and clear a jam in it. So by the time I got one wrapped up, the other one had already bled through. But I don't know. Got home, used a little quick clot pencil, and apparently there was a nerve underneath there because that was probably about the most painful thing I've ever done.
Yes.
But it only hurt for like 10 seconds, and then it was like, oh, damn, it actually stopped bleeding.
Is that one of those little shaving sticks?
Pencils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, they get a little hot. It's like, wow.
No, it wasn't like it was hot. It was...
Well, but I meant, it stings.
Yeah, and the whole thing was, I just wetted the pencil and got it to where there was like a drop on it and just let it drop into there. I didn't press it in there or anything. It's like, ooh, that hurts a little bit. That's going up my entire arm. Mother pus bucket.
Yeah, those things work.
Yes, Seven Wonders. It's trying to clear a jam because when you've got someone who's 3'0" running the machinery and really doesn't care about making sure that the chip conveyor actually runs while they're running a lathe, you flip on the conveyor to clear everything, and about 10 seconds later you hear clunk, clunk, clunk as the clutch on it slips. So that was fun. 7-minute warning. just because I can.
Already?
Hey, that's my gig.
What, making fun of Seven or getting something wet?
Whoa.
No, getting a time out. I'm slacking.
Well, you clearly haven't been drinking enough.
Got to pump those numbers up.
Mm-hmm.
Rookie numbers.
Stand by. Please
Rookie
stand by.
Now, you got to remember when you're doing your Bloody Marys, it's equal parts Bloody Mary mix and bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
Gee.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Bloody
And
Mary
then
with
at least
bourbon?
one, huh?
Bloody Mary with bourbon? It's not a Bloody
I've had them
No.
with bourbon, vodka, and gin.
They do. Yeah, vodka and gin are my favorite. I've had the
Gin
ones with
works.
bourbon in it, and I'm
Do it with-
not a big fan.
Do it with
Sounds
tequila.
There you go.
Gross.
Yeah.
So, first topic here.
You have topics?
Why would you have a topic?
Just one.
Already? It's only been an hour.
Yeah.
Gary.
Well, we gotta do more than Gary's show today. Gary had a long show,
Oh,
so we gotta make sure we.
all right, everybody take
So we gotta-
take 5.
So we got out Gary Gizzard.
Yeah.
Nobody can out gizzard the Gary.
Nobody puts Gizzard in the corner.
That's
Put the Gizzard back
No.
in the box.
Nobody puts gizzard on a futon.
All right,
Well,
what
no,
do we got
depends
here?
how nice is the futon.
What in the can, Bill?
So, a gun rights advocate, angered by the prospect of tougher arms laws in Virginia, turned up to the house of the lawmaker who sponsored the legislation, armed with 2 semi-automatic weapons. Hopewell GOP chairman and founder of Right to Bear Arms Virginia, Brandon Howard, brought a Rock Island VR60 12-gauge shotgun and a Burst of 380 Thunder handgun as a protest. Because if they were going to get confiscated, I guess those are 2 guns that you're not going to miss all that much. Stood in front of the Alexandria house of Democrat Delegate Mark Levine. Last week, the Democratic-backed House Bill 961 passed through Virginia's House of Delegates and aimed to prohibit the sale, transport, manufacturing of certain semi-automatic firearms after July 1st, the Richmond Times-Dispatch reported. The picture of it there, so it's standing there. It's got a hell of a mag on that thing, too. Advertising his protest on Saturday on Facebook, Howard said he had peaceful intentions and his actions was against a domestic threat to the Constitution. In a Facebook video, he listed his objections to the bill, which he said would mean police would raid the house of law-abiding citizens. So we're going to tell Mark Levine, we know where you live, and armed citizens of the Commonwealth are going to come to your home, come to your house, to your doorstep, he said in the video. Video is now unavailable, so he pulled it. An Alexandria Police Department spokesman said it was investigating the incident and that Howard had the right to carry the guns in a public space, according to CBS affiliate. In a statement to Newsweek, police said, we have received the complaint and is being investigated. Howard justified his actions afterwards, saying, I can redress my grievances with the government where I see fit, Howard said. In the park, at his home, behind his house, it's perfectly legal. If the delegate felt intimidated or threatened, he just admitted to being a tyrant, because only a tyrant would be intimidated and threatened, Howard added. Levine said he wanted to press charges and that if he was unable to, he would try to make it a law. He was not outside my home for self-defense, Levine said. He was not outside my home for hunting. He was not outside my home for target shooting. Levine told Newsweek that he had filed a complaint with the police department and that it was up to the Commonwealth attorney to decide what to do. I am confident that they will press charges if there is legal right to do so. There is some question in Virginia law over whether there is a legal right. I think there is. If they feel the law is insufficient to prosecute, one of the advantages I have as a lawmaker is to come back to the Virginia House of Delegates and propose a law to make it prosecutable if it happens in the future. He said it was important to send a message to those who disagree with lawmakers. Don't try to threaten us with a loaded gun. That is not how democracy is run. A Senate committee killed the proposal ban on Monday, but 7 other gun control legislations are still alive in the legislature. They want to talk about some of the stuff that's going on, what happened in Virginia Beach. Okay. So, the first time I heard about this was a Guns and Gadgets video. And I think Jared has a fantastic channel. He puts a ton of time into his channel. He does a lot of quick videos that, just really straightforward to the point. And his numbers are going crazy right now. He's getting a ton of new subscribers. Something like 110,000 or something like that. And I agree with most of what Jared says. But on this one, I think it's really tough. Because his video was very complimentary of this guy. He was all about it. He thought it was great. He loved the fact that this guy went to his house. He's a patriot, all that kind of stuff. So even on Budget's video, he then cut to Levine's speech that he made in the House or in the in Congress or whatever. And Levine was pretty fired up. He made a pretty good speech. Not good for us, but I think motivational to anti-gunners more than anything. I think this guy added fuel to the fire for anti-gunners, and I think he gave Levine a reason to stand up and make a speech that that motivated people to ban guns. I think it gave it justified anti-gunners' fears, and I think it's in the long run, it's not helping anybody on our side. I understand what the dude was trying to do, and I think he could have done much more good and been much more productive had he went there without firearms. I think bringing it to somebody's house is sketchy to begin with, but let alone to be standing in the guy's yard looking in his, I think they said you could see him from their kitchen window standing there. And to say that somebody standing out in your yard with firearms shouldn't make you nervous or wouldn't make you nervous, I think is a incredibly small-minded way to think. I'm pretty sure that just about anybody looks out into their yard and sees somebody standing there with a long gun, it's going to make them nervous, and they're going to call the cops. I can't imagine any one of us not having a firearm in our hand in our home, seeing somebody standing out in their yard like that. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh, Ape, did you raise up your little paw there? I think I saw, right?
No, Budget and Night Strike have had and spamming the hand button.
Yeah, my shit's flipping out here every time.
I put my hand up to tell you that they were putting their hands up.
Okay, yeah. So You got a couple of you guys with your hands up. I don't care who. Budget, Go ahead. What's up? I know you talked about this on Friday a little bit, and I feel like you were probably of the same mindset, but go ahead.
What a maroon. What a ignoramus. You know, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. I think you're exactly right. The only thing that this guy accomplished was to paint all of us with the brush of idiocy. He's making all of us look like you ain't gonna come take our guns, god dang it, we know where you live, we're gonna hang out at your house. What a douche. You did nothing but cause bad press and bad publicity for all of us. You did the cause more harm than good by gearing up and standing outside this guy's house. You're a dumbass. We screamed and hollered when Maxine Waters said for everybody to run Republicans and conservatives out of public and to harass them. This is no different. Now I'm done.
Right. And I said out in the chat because I've been fighting allergies this evening. Mm-hmm. But that, if he had gotten a couple people together, or if he had just gone himself, gone and stood on the sidewalk outside the dude's home with large signs saying, "Hey, stop messing with our rights," that would have had a better effect than what he did.
Mm-hmm. I think you could also. I think you could also. I think this dude could have.
If he felt like he was the only one that was going to do something, he could have reached out to a bunch of people in the area and just gone and stood on the sidewalk with signs. It's not like you can't find people that are pro-gun in Virginia, because I tell you what, I saw a hell of a lot of them there at the state capitol.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this guy could have, if this guy wanted to try and prove a point. There's a lot of other ways to do it that aren't gonna fuel, like I said, sort of fuel the fire of the anti-gunners. This is gonna terrify some people.
No.
There's people that this is gonna totally terrify.
He was taking the large can of gasoline, right, and just dumping everything at once on top of the fire.
Yeah. Glimtech, what's up, buddy?
Okay, so I'm going to throw a monkey wrench into this and completely 100% totally disagree.
Okay, go ahead.
What he did, yes, okay, could be questionable. Number two, the excerpt that you heard from the video, or from what he posted in his quote-unquote live chat, was only an excerpt of it. They kind of like forgot the rest of it, mm-hmm. where he said, those statement that they put up, he was there to, we're coming after you with guns. And he didn't say that at all. It was, we're protesting with our firearms like we're legally allowed to. He was never on the guy's property. He was out on the sidewalk, which is a public access. Granted, it would have helped if he would have had a couple more people there. Yeah. Okay. So he had some guns with him. First of all, number one is a 380. Okay, so it was a concealed gun. The only reason they knew about that was because he told them he had it. They couldn't even see that. It's to the point now that.
Why did he need the gun?
Why not?
No, I didn't. That's not why not. It's why.
We talking the long gun or the 380?
The long gun.
Because he can. Why not?
Just because you can doesn't mean you should. What was his reasoning? I'm saying that.
Okay. Well, what was his reasoning? Why not? Okay.
Because it's ridiculous to use guns as props.
Okay. They've already tried the civil way, and apparently the civil way isn't working because they're just doing their own thing.
They defeated the one bill.
No, they didn't. They just postponed it. They didn't defeat it. They just postponed it. It was not defeated.
Okay.
That's still going to come back again.
Glimtech, that even with these people, and this is probably what that guy's thinking is that these people are going to try and take away every single right we have right now because they find it convenient for them, that makes them more popular or more famous so they can further their career. They don't give a damn about your rights, my rights, or even anybody else's rights.
Exactly. Like I said, if you actually heard that senator's actual speech. It was so full of BS, it was unbelievable. And then when he sits there and then his statement is, okay, well, guess what? If it's not illegal, then I'm going to make it illegal because I don't like it, and I'm going to make it illegal because I can.
Well, that's part of my issue.
Here's the thing.
Did you hear
It
what
might
she
not
said
be
right there?
illegal.
Tyrant.
But you're giving ammunition to the enemy to use against us. That is why not do the long gun.
That's
okay.
Yeah.
So here's the question. So the ultimate thing is that they already had the ammunition. They don't. It doesn't
You
matter
gave them
how
more.
much more you throw on there. They can only use so much. Okay.
You gave them more.
It's already to the point now, especially in Virginia, that it doesn't really matter what the hell goes on in there. Just case in point, they had a big rally there. All those people with guns. Nobody was scared of it.
See,
Nobody
here's the thing.
protested,
Here's the thing.
but nothing happened.
That's
You're never
different.
going to change the anti's minds. You're never going to change the
ever.
pro-guns minds. Our minds are set in stone. What we are battling for is the undecided people. And you do not convince the undecided people that your cause is just by showing your ass. That's who the audience is. That's who we're fighting for in the court of public, in the arena of public opinion. That's why you don't do anything that would make any of us look bad. That's why.
And we
Okay,
just
then I'll
gave
just-
the anti-gunners another soundbite and another talking point.
Yep. And then I'll disagree with that too, because in the work related, like I said, the job you're in, the job sergeant's in, the job I'm in, showing your ass usually saves a lot more hassle than it does not showing it. Showing your ass and telling people, look, we're tired of this. We're not going to put up with it anymore, because that's all. I hate to say it, but that's all these. All the pro gunners do. It's like, oh, okay, well, you take this and, well, you leave this alone, but we'll give you this. And that's the way it's been going for
I'm not fighting
years.
for anybody's
And nobody's been showing
in
their
my
ass.
job.
He's not going to gain
That's
anyone's
100%.
sympathy by going to someone's house
No,
and
he's not.
scaring his family and his kids. He's not going to gain any sympathy. That was dumb. Could have done it better.
Again,
As I said, even if he was standing
you're
on the
scared
street,
for
go to the
somebody
guy's
walking down the street.
office.
he should have used signs. He should have used some other prop. That's not to say that I'm going to deny him his right to concealed carry. If he has a concealed carry permit, he
Oh, the concealed carry is fine.
That's fine. I'm not denying him that. But using his firearms as a prop instead of protesting, or being in that guy's neighborhood and pointing that guy out to all his neighbors, he could have done that with a sign more so than just using his guns as a prop to try and intimidate the senator. Okay, intimidation isn't going to work on an idiot, because an idiot's going to continue to be an idiot no matter what, and that's what Democratic senators are.
And he did make us look bad.
And he made us look bad, and I do not like that. I believe that words.
We'll agree
words
to we'll agree to disagree, because I don't think he did make us look bad any worse than we already look now.
Right.
So, yeah, but like I said, it's.
I think the
we do
biggest
disagree on that.
one of the biggest things is for me is it going to, in the long run, is what he's doing going to change the minds? What he did, is that going to change the minds of anybody in their Congress or whatever that was on the fence? If there's there might, if there's anybody in that House or that Senate in Virginia or anywhere in the United States that were like, yeah, I'm on the fence. I'm pro gun, but I don't know. I might be okay with this or that as far as bills go. And you see this guy, and it's like, holy shit! They're going to he went to his house with a gun. He went to his house with a gun. Fuck that! This is crazy. Okay. I'm going over this side. I'm going to vote against.
Yeah, but he wasn't there threatening the guy with a gun. He was just there with the gun.
He brought it for a purpose.
Yeah, okay, so we'll reverse that, saying, okay, fine. Look, I'm going to vote against this, but now do I really want protesters out here with all these guns and out here protesting me all the time?
Why wouldn't they do that?
Stupid.
Why wouldn't he vote in his
They
mind?
don't.
Because he was intimidated.
Yeah. They don't. The people in power in Virginia right now don't care, because they've already got their nice little cushy wad of cash from Bloomberg, and only a handful of them that were like, I only won by a handful of votes. Maybe I shouldn't speak as loudly on this as the others are. But yes, it doesn't matter whether the guy was there actually threatening or just standing. Once again, it is the public perception. It is the optics of it for Joe Sixpack and his family of, oh, hey, yeah, that's not cool, dude.
That was the "I'm not touching you" for adults.
Exactly I get, Glenn Tech, I get what you're saying. If it's not illegal, it's not wrong. Like, I understand that. I understand when people say stuff like that. But I also...
There's plenty of things that aren't illegal that are wrong.
Right.
What if you just come up and insulted a kid?
So the point being is sitting back and giving the quiet. Okay, well, maybe we'll throw a couple of signs up here. Maybe we'll bitch and moan and complain and carry on. It ain't working. Dems don't do that. They're out there screaming and hollering and carrying on, causing all kinds of ruckus, bringing all kinds of attention to
they
themselves.
Also don't have the
and they're
media
winning.
hostile to them either.
Granted, we're fighting a losing battle with the media, but that's besides the point.
At work, I ask the kids this all the time because they're like, "But man, I was right. I was right, man. You know what? He shouldn't have done that. I was in the right." And I ask them this. It's something that a former boss of mine asked me one time. He says, "Is it better to be right, or is it better to be effective? Because you can be right 100%." and still have a negative outcome based upon the way you present your case.
That's a very good way to put it.
And I think that this was not an effective way to present the case. 100% right, sure. I don't dispute the legality of what the gentleman did. I dispute the effectiveness of the method. By the way, Group Tech, great discussion, man.
Yeah. I thought I'd throw a monkey wrench into this one.
No, it's fine, man. And you know what? There's a lot of people. Like I said, Jared was all about this, man. Jared was like, and I respect. He was all about this guy, and he thought, what he did was something that needed to happen. And I know there's a lot of people out there that probably think that. I hate to see people out there be swayed towards being an anti-gunner, or being anti-gun or pro-gun control because of this. Because they're at lunch the next day with their friends, sitting around, and be like, "Did you see that guy showed up at a representative's house with a bunch of guns? That's crazy."
Yeah, those guys are nuts.
That's no good.
Wonder we should take all their guns. They're idiots.
It rattled some cages though, and it got people talking.
Right,
and
but
unfortunately,
like you just said, it's
good, bad, or
the ones that are undecided talking too. And
like I said, good, bad, or indifferent.
Right.
At least there's talking going on instead of just, oh yeah, okay, well, it is what it is, and let's go a little merry way.
Push all the undecideds to the other side. He's failed.
Not necessarily.
Moo, Obnoxious, Gizzard, you guys got anything? Or are you taking a power nap?
I was taking a power nap, but
yeah, me too.
I'll chime in on this if you really want me to. I think
always everything.
I think them going to the state house with their guns and having them out there and having that big group of it was far more effective than one guy going out in front of some representative's house. And it's the same thing. If people had gone out to DC, before all this, like we did, then maybe they wouldn't have had to go out to Virginia. And maybe they wouldn't have this going on in Virginia. If people had showed up in DC to show them how strong we were, maybe we wouldn't have these problems coming up. But they didn't, so we do. And this guy completely gave them all the ammunition that they're ever going to need for the next year, because he's going to be their poster child for the radical gun guys.
Mm-hmm. You got to watch these guys. They'll show up at your house.
Mm-hmm.
And we can get in.
That's what I worry about. And I'm not looking at it as any way legal, illegal, right, wrong. Like what? I'm not looking at it like that at all. I'm looking at it in that aspect of, I work, the place I work, I mean, there's a couple of people there that are in the, that like to shoot or whatever, but, a lot of them are indifferent, and that kind of mentality or that kind of talk could be like wildfire, at a place with a bunch of people that are indifferent. When something goofy, like something hits maybe not up here, it's not going to be front page news, you know what I mean? But in Virginia, it will be, because it's their rep, just like it would be in anybody else's state. If it was one of their reps, it would be front page news,
It's going to be plastered all over. Look at these crazy gun people, because they have the media. We don't have the media. So when you do stuff, you've got to make sure you've got all your ducks in a row, because any little comment you make, anything you do wrong, is going to be put out there. So going out there and doing stupid shit is not helping the cause.
Yeah, has this guy done anything similar in his past?
He is shit. Let me look. He is. I forget what he is. He is not just a dude off the street.
No, he's a pro 2A. He's a pro 2A activist with one of the organizations.
Yeah,
like the president or something.
John Crump.
What?
Was it John Crump?
No.
No, the guy's last name was Howard. He's a GOP head in one of the districts or areas there in Virginia, and he's also the leader of a Virginia 2A rights group.
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't know the guy or thinking about trying to get into his head or anything, but being in Virginia, being a hotbed, desperate times, desperate measures. I mean, do I like what he did? Going to the personal home? No. Echoing what everybody else said, yeah, is it legal? Yes. Is it effective? Maybe not. Are we all talking about it? Did it make the news? Yes. So it's kind of weird.
I can go streak naked down Main Street, and that'll make the news. That doesn't mean it was the right thing to do. Just because everybody's talking about it doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Absolutely correct. Yeah.
Yep.
So if you did, we'd have to get it on camera because that way we could blackmail you for the rest of your life.
If I'm out streaking down Main Street naked, there ain't much to blackmail me about.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not going to worry about that.
It'd probably be the slowest. It'd be the slowest streaking of all time, but.
What are you going to blackmail me? I'll show everybody that you streak down Main Street naked. Well, okay.
Well, man,
you'd have black eyes from your titties hitting your face.
You son of a bitch!
Remember that if you're going to do that, you need to put like those 4-inch gauze, self-adhesive gauze pads over your nipples. Otherwise, when they drag on the ground, they're just going to rub off and get bloody.
Wow.
His knuckles will be dragging
nipple
on
prints
the ground.
at any crime scene, though.
Yeah, but then if they didn't find any nipple prints anywhere, they know it'd be you because you're the only idiot that doesn't have nipple prints.
Do you think?
I'm the next CSI.
Sarge and Glimtech, tell me about this one with your CI. See if you have any CSI experience. Are fingerprints just like nipple prints? Does everybody have a different one?
I'm going to have to Glimtech. He's going to have to answer that one.
Ear prints are.
I have no clue. I never tried to take a nipple print.
Come on, this guy, this know-it-all up here knows everything, but he can't inform us on something simple like nipple prints. What the hell?
I don't
My
know.
nipples were circumcised.
So everybody go and get an ink pad and nipple print yourself and see if see if they all match up.
If you go down to your local station, they'll nipple print you for free.
Yeah,
they're going to need way more.
Or they might try to get small feet.
Investigate it.
Now, here's my question though.
No.
If you have your nipple prints on record, but then if you shave around your nipples, does that make your nipple prints no longer match?
But then they'll have a nipple print registry.
That's right.
True, and that's unconstitutional.
And they'll come for your nipple.
That's right.
If they've got them registered, they'll come for your nipples.
Did you just say Max, did you just say they'd come for your nipples?
Yes, I did.
Would that be
They
would
wanna
that be a pink?
confiscate his nipples.
Once they've got them on a registry, they know where everybody's nipples are at,
Yep.
and they'll come for
That-
Do
it.
you
that'd
then
be a
have to
pink flag
re-register
law.
after you modify them?
Yes.
Like, say, get a piercing?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because of the NNA, the National Nipple Act.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, midnight. What time is it on the East Coast?
12 midnight right now.
Is it 12 or
It's
5
nipple
of?
time.
Well, it's 5 of.
Yeah. No, the reason I ask is that one that I sent you that ends in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that ends on the 24th.
What does?
Oh my
The
oh my god! I like guy
the
that
nipple.
comments his comment.
The
Nipple
Hashtag
registry.
for my cold
the
dead
the
nip.
ATF bit.
Yeah, the Glenn, yeah, the ATF thing. Yeah, the ATF thing. So that's the changing of the form, right? They're talking about the 4473. That's about
Yes, that's correct. They want to move
So-
page 3 to page 1.
right. So it would no longer be a separate sheet that would have your information and the gun's information on it.
Correct. And what they're doing now is illegally. What they're doing is they're going into the shops with their cell phones and such like that. They're taking pictures of the 4473s to generate a registry.
Mm-hmm.
So what they want to do is they want to move page 3 to the top of page 1. So your gun information is first, then all your other information, your name, your address, and everything else is below that. So it's all on the first page.
So they can legally come in and take
Legally.
pictures of 4473s now?
Legally, they are not allowed to do that. They are not allowed to take any information. They are not allowed to take pictures, and under
Right.
no circumstances are they allowed to remove the 4473 from the shop. Even though they have been doing that, they've been photocopying them and taking them with them.
So can the shop owners stop that?
Yes.
Can the shop owners can speak up and say, "Yo, no way, that's not how this
Technically,
works."
what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to stop them from doing that and have them call their supervisor immediately. And if he doesn't get any satisfaction from that, go above that and actually call the FBI, because that is definitely illegal.
I suspect you wouldn't have your FFL for long after that, though.
Everybody's got a supervisor.
Yep, exactly.
Get your Karen cut and go.
Yeah.
I want to talk to the supervisor.
I need a manager.
But what if the manager has a Karen cut?
Oh, then you're screwed.
Yep.
I love it when
Then
they
you go to their
I love
manager.
it when someone
Sir,
calls
are you
on the
speaking
phone
from
and I'm
experience?
dealing with them and they ask me, I want to talk to your supervisor. And I go, I am.
I am my supervisor.
I am the supervisor. What do you want? They hate that shit. I laugh.
You are talking to the supervisor. Now what?
No, that's when you put them on hold for 5 minutes, come back and go, "May I help you?" Supervisor
Love
here.
it, love it, love it. Gonna do it the very next time. Thank you for the idea.
You know what's great? Yeah, that's what's
No,
great
you
is when
leave 'em on
somebody
hold for
calls
30.
in. Somebody calls in and wants to talk to the supervisor, and they complain about me, and I answer the complaint.
Awesome.
Right on.
You're getting
But anyway,
absolutely
for
nowhere,
those out
sir.
there listening, since you only got like 2 minutes left for the East Coast, there's a link to GOA, I believe, or if you just go on GOA's website, it's actually on there for the answer. So you can actually put in a protest letter for it for the comment period, because the comment period ends in East Coast in about 5 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. For the rest of us on real time, we got another couple hours, but
So where is now? That's nationwide, right? That's
that
the
is federal, correct?
That's the federal 4473. That's interesting. Yeah, just trying to think about it. You know, you think about if that goes through. And my wife's telling me to put the link out, but I don't have the link.
I'm working on that now.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Yeah. She's like, put the link out. Jeez. I'm like, oh, God, I can't. I don't have it.
Here it is.
There you go. And you're a mod. You can throw it out there, right? There you go.
Done.
Gun owners, gunowners.org there. Yeah, click on that. Go.
NA0215.
Quickly, you've got 1 minute. Do it now.
Yep. Tell them to get bent.
Get her done.
Do it now.
Do it.
And not in the way they like getting bent.
Let's see here. It takes you to gunowners.org.
Should take you right to the registration page. First name, last name, email address, city, zip. Hit next. It'll fill in what needs to be filled in. There's a little blurby there. You can change that if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine. Just hit submit.
Too late.
If you want to donate afterwards, fine. If not,
No, just hit 12.
That's okay. We'll do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It simply comes back saying the comment period is closed. All your bases are ours.
yeah, pretty much well. And if you notice when they published this was published on February the 15th because nobody knew about it because they snuck it in with all the stuff going on in the East Coast there.
So there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Already signed.
Uh-oh. Thank you for taking action. Your message has been sent. There we go. Cool.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It takes 30 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, it's real
Yeah,
quick. So,
it takes less time than that.
yeah, I mean, I want to. Technically, I got in at 12, so there we go.
Oh, you're good. You're fine.
So there's that link. 7 Wonders threw it up there too. So yeah, do that. And I don't know. It's something I say too. I think maybe even more important than, or as important as sending, an email like that is next time you're in your local gun shop, say something to the owner if they're there. It's like, hey, what's up with this 4473 thing? They're going to change that, and maybe bring up the fact that, yeah, I heard that if you guys can actually, you guys can actually stop them from looking and taking pictures and doing all that kind of stuff to 4473s. You might be able to, I don't know, educate. There's probably owners of shops out there that don't even know that. Just like, I didn't think. I would imagine as a shop owner, if somebody from the ATF comes in, you're pretty much there, just got the run of your shop, but apparently not.
No, they don't. And the thing of it, the other thing is too, a lot of the shops, especially the bigger ones, they don't have time to sit there and babysit the ATF agent. So
Right.
What they'll do is they'll send them in the back room with all the 4473s and go, here you go.
Adam.
If you have any questions, come and talk to us and go
Yeah.
about their business. And that's what a lot of them do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing when like a restaurant gets inspected. Some places will follow the guy around. Sometimes you don't have time, you're busy, and then come in and you're just like, all right, don't know, do your thing, I guess.
Anytime
Yeah, it's like getting inspected.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the gizzard is like getting inspected by the NRC, right, bud?
Yeah, you don't have any choice. I mean, in the first place, they've got a resident inspector on site at all times. So
Oh, yeah.
you cannot deny them access.
Yeah. Go ahead, budget.
anytime the Department of Youth Services inspects us, we have somebody in there, 2 somebody's actually in their pockets the whole time. I mean, right with them.
Exactly. Same way when we get checked with the prison when they have
ACA inspection.
Yeah, DC. Yeah, when we have Department of Corrections guys come down and check the prison because it's a private prison. Yep. We're guaranteed to have at least 2 supervisors with him at all times.
Are you guys ACA accredited?
Yes.
Oh, what a pain in the ass that is.
Yeah, because we're federal. We do we do ICE and U.S. Marshal transports as well and housing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you and me both.
So I don't know if you guys watch Louder with Crowder. I don't know how much Crowder you guys watch.
Oh yeah, all the time.
It seems like I either really, really like what Steven Crowder does, or I think it sucks. I think when he gets too comical, when he does a lot of his skits and stuff, I'm not interested in his skits at all. I don't think most of them are funny. I just
no, me neither.
Yeah, I mean, especially when he does the long show. Most of his skits are just they're cringy and they're not very good. I don't know how his stand-up is. I've never searched out his stand-up, but his content, other than that, I think is usually pretty good. I don't know if you guys watched the show the other day, but it was pretty much an anti-Bloomberg show, which I thought was pretty nice. And he had Giuliani on for Rudy Giuliani. Yeah. Giuliani was vicious.
I guarantee Giuliani was vicious.
Giuliani was vicious.
He does not care at all for Bloomberg.
No,
he does not. Yep.
Oh, I got to catch that.
He walked up one side of him, down the other, and over top of him, and through him, and over top of him again, just to make sure.
Basically, went Godzilla on his ass.
Yeah, and Crowder talked about, and a lot of people have been talking about, not just Crowder, but a lot of people have been talking about Bloomberg's policies. And man, this dude is such an unlikable character. It's amazing. It really shows you what money can do. If you just throw money at a problem, which his personality and his views are the problem, he just throws money at it, and and it's helping him out. But I've seen clips of. I don't know if anybody has seen clips of him talking about the 95-year-old. If a 95-year-old man has prostate cancer and he's
and a 30-year-old has cancer or whatever. Well, sorry, Mr. 98-year-old.
Right.
Screw you. We're giving it to the younger guy because you lived longer.
Right. Yeah. Basically, he's just saying you're old enough. We're not going to treat you or
we're not going to pay for it.
Right. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, it's just not how things should work. But Giuliani,
I'm sorry. I was just saying that was what they did. What they did there. That was just a bad. That was just a bad analogy. Ben Shapiro talked about that too because his wife is a doctor, and she said the same thing. Somebody comes in with prostate cancer, 95 years old. You still have a 3 to 5 year life expectancy, so they're gonna go. Yeah, well, this is what you got. Have a nice time because you're more of a risk on the table at 95 than if you just.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I also think that each person should have the choice, and I think he's saying that it shouldn't be covered, like almost basing the choice away from people.
Yeah, I agree. He should. The 95-year-old absolutely should have the choice. Okay, but like I said, the recommendation to him is going to be just
for sure,
more of a chance you died on the table.
I
absolutely.
Like here's some morphine. Here's some. Yep. Here's a number for our hospice care. Just what
happens in a situation like that is it gets disturbed.
He's in the United States of America, not Canada.
Well, not just Canada, but I mean, you talk about there's been instances with kids and it was England. It was England, I think, with that one kid. He was terminally ill, and they wouldn't let the parents take him out of the country for treatment. That's bullshit.
I have to say something this because the Catholic Church, okay, love it or hate it, love religion or hate it, they offered to fully pay for that child's health care. No matter what, 100%. Yes, and for the surgery, and them to just bring him over to the Vatican, and they would do the surgery on him, and that kid could live a good life. Okay, they offered to do that, not asking for anything, and the fact that the British government said no only shows that the British government doesn't care about the lives of their citizens. They only care about, I guess, tax dollars.
Listen, you're absolutely, positively, 100% misplaced in what you're saying. Bureaucracy, period, anywhere, doesn't give a damn about individuals. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Agreed. Mm-hmm.
I work for one. I know. And I'm sure Sarge and Glimtech will tell you the same thing.
Yeah, it's not a democracy. It's a dictatorship.
At that level, at your level, yes. At my level, not so much.
The other thing that was...
I'm glad to hear that, Sarge.
The other thing that was very prominent from Giuliani was they were talking about stop and frisk, which Bloomberg has been catching an awful lot of heat, in the debates. I don't know if you guys watched the debates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For stop and frisk.
You mean the Bloomberg punching bag session?
Well, not just him, but he caught
else.
Yeah, he caught a lot of shit. And his apologies for stop and frisk are what he says about a stop and frisk is that he hasn't apologized in the past, and basically, but also sort of side mouth saying the ends justify the means, kind of. So he's like, all right, if you want to, this is, what crime went down and blah, blah, blah. And people just don't want to hear that. Giuliani really ripped into him and talked about how unconstitutional it was. And also sort of made it known that he sort of takes offense to the fact that Bloomberg has been putting out there that it's Giuliani's policy, and he just continued the policy. And Giuliani was like, no, that's not true. He said, and basically he said, sure, if you stop and frisk everybody, you're going to get guns off the street, and there'll be no more guns. And then he said, well, there'll also be no Constitution either. And I thought that was a very powerful statement, but he talked about how Bloomberg, when Giuliani was in office, they did stop and frisk on about 100,000 people, and he admitted it was mostly minorities, but he also kept very, very stringent, I guess, records would be a better word, about who they stopped, why they stopped them, and who made basically a complaint, or I guess you could call them a victim or the complainant. And they said they would go by he said if some I think he made the example, he said if a woman got punched in the face and called the police and said it was a black man, he said, we're not going to go looking for a Chinese man. He said that doesn't make sense. And so, when we have people making complaints and filing reports, we try and search out those people. And it just happens to be that, a majority of who we were looking for were minorities. And he said that his rate, Bloomberg's rate, they did stop and frisk on about 600,000 people. So 6 times more. They just amped it up like crazy. And they said Bloomberg's success rate, I guess we could call it a success rate, was about 5%, while Giuliani's was in the 40s. He said averaged about in the 40s, it made it sound like. That's a big difference. He also did say that they tried to bring charges against him once until he made his case for it and showed them, the reports of, the assaults or whatever happened, who made the assault, the description of the description of the person that they were looking for. And, so he said, we're going out and looking for this. We're looking for a person like this, this is who we're looking for. And he said they were very, they felt like they were very successful, and they still kept people's rights in mind. Whether you agree with it or not, even when Giuliani was doing it, I don't know. I mean, that's up to everybody to decide. But he was pretty harsh with him. He was pretty hard with him. It's definitely something to search out, look it up, and watch the interview portion of it, as it had me shaking my head a couple times. I was like, ooh, boy. Yeah, he was really getting after him.
Like I said, my major problem with the way Bloomberg presented his stop and frisk version was, these cops that are on the street, they can tell just by looking at people that they have a gun.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, bullshit.
Okay. Well, yeah, granted, I wasn't seeing 30,000 people a day, but I'm sorry, and I'm sure Sarge can vouch for that too. You just don't arbitrarily look at somebody and go, yep, he got a gun.
Right.
Unless, of course, his pants are dragging down to his ass, his knees, and like they normally do. But
or he's all tacked out with the Oakleys and
yeah. But that's
profiling.
like, can we say? Can we say like, okay, well, that's a black guy, so he has to have a gun. Let's
right.
Get him.
Right.
Profiling is completely
that used
legal.
To be the way
criminal
used
profiling.
to be the way it was in
not
Reading there for a
ethnic.
while. There you go with Hispanics. Well, if you were Hispanic, you were getting stopped because you didn't belong there. You were coming from the project, so you had a gun and you were drugs.
Right.
Period. Bottom line of the story.
Well, but that was criminal profiling.
Over 600,000 people, over 500,000 people. That's a lot of freaking people, man. So, yeah, definitely. It's definitely worth watching. Like I said, and I don't get super excited to watch Crowder's live. It's live, but whatever. Because there's a lot of shit in his shows that I don't like. And a lot of times I'll actually let myself get a little bit behind so that I can just skip forward past like the skits and stuff, because I don't think most of them are very good. But he does have some good guests.
Sorry, are you actually subscribed?
No.
Are you subscribed to him by chance?
Oh, on YouTube? Yeah.
I'll see. No. On Blaze.
No.
See, I'm actually subscribed to Blaze, so I get his web extended.
Yeah.
If you thought what Giuliani said on the live version was bad, you should hear it on the web extended.
Oh,
it's
really?
even worse.
Really?
Oh yeah. He hammered him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's the paid subscription, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can make a copy of it and I'll send it over to you.
That would be illegal, probably.
That reminds me, I need to cancel my YouTube premium sub now that I'm done watching all of Cobra Kai.
Yeah. So I didn't. Yeah. I can't remember what else they. I can't remember what else they talked about. That was just a couple of things that stuck in my mind. So the Boy Scouts are in trouble. I heard that last week.
Yeah, they're filing for bankruptcy.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a shame. I hope they can. I hope they can straighten out, write themselves out. I hope it's not. I hope it doesn't just fade off into nothing.
Hopefully I think it's just a restructuring thing.
Yeah, I think it's an important organization, and one of the things that got me thinking about it was, Pink. I was listening to Two Bears, One Cave, which is it's a podcast that Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer do. They're comedians. And they were talking about his Bert's dad going to a Catholic, all boys Catholic school. And it made me think of the Boy Scouts, because of what he said, is a point that kind of I've made and other people have made about the Scouts allowing, girls, females in. And he said, about not going to an all boys school and getting rid of the fact that you don't have to try and show off in front of girls, and you can be yourself, and you weren't trying to be cool. And it made me think of the Scouts too, as something that we talked about. I talked about, it's like, just learning how to be a guy, and not you can be yourself and not have to, you're not showing off and you're not feeling awkward. I know there's still this Boy Scouts still have the ability to do only boys dens, groups. I do know that because I had looked it up a little while ago, and then they'll show up when they show up, it'll say in male and female, or male only. So I guess you still have the choice, which
my local troop has an all girls troop,
right?
Scouts, and the reason that they wanted to do this as part of Boy Scouts instead, and still have an all girls troop, and instead of being part of Girl Scouts, is they wanted to go do the same types of things that the boys were doing, but Girl Scouts didn't do.
Right. Yeah.
They didn't do all the wilderness stuff. They didn't do all the camping trips, the canoe trips, and all the stuff that the boys were doing. They were doing other stuff, and that they were like, meh, we want to do this stuff. And the only way they could do it was to join Scouts instead of Girl Scouts. So they formed an all-girls troop in order to be able to do all that stuff. At least that's what I was told.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what the message has been ever since they decided to do it. It was that they were in trouble financially, and they wanted to try and boost membership. And there was some females out there that wanted to, girls that wanted to do the things that the Scouts are doing, the Boy Scouts are doing. And, part of you wants to say, well, then fix the Girl Scouts and do some different cool stuff in the Girl Scouts that certain different types of girls may like. But then it's also part of you wants to say, well, if they're in trouble financially and they need to do this to stay viable and to keep the doors open, then I understand. I understand why they would want to do it. I do think it's smart to have what it seems like they have, and which I didn't really know. I thought it was, I did not know you had the choice to make it an all boys group, den or segregated or whatever, or boys and girls. Co-ed, yeah, there you go. There's a word for you. Yeah, I think having it like that is a lot better. But you also then you do go as multiple dens to like excursions, outings, where it's not just your den, it's it's large, it's all of them in the area, so then you will have boys and girls mixed together then.
Well, Daniel Boone Homestead, I used to do the security down there for their jamboree, and down Daniel Boone Homestead, right down the middle of the homestead, there's a creek. Most of it you can't walk across. Some places you can hop across. And it went right down the middle of the homestead. Well, boys were on one side, girls were on the other. The creek was a boundary line. Nobody passed the creek.
Yeah.
Nobody was caught on the other side. I used to go out to the barn all the time. We used to catch them out at the barn all the time. But yeah, they got together usually twice a year. And everybody got together from all the troops from all over the state.
Yeah. Ours were the Boy Scout and Girl Scout camp are actually really far apart. They're not even within walking. Well, I mean, really long walking distance. I mean, it would take you a day to get there, but they're never close to each other. As long as they're still doing the same two places that they were when I was a kid. Because I'm in that area. I used to go in that area all the time. I have some family up there and stuff. And they were miles apart. More than a couple miles, too. It was pretty far from what I remember. But I don't know. Just something to bring up. It's just because it did change things a little bit for me here, and that it was still acceptable to do, boys only. I think that's important. I think it's an important thing to be able to do. One of the things Matt read this week that I thought was pretty interesting was he read an article that was talking about if the guns of different generations. I don't know if you guys heard him do this story, and I think they were. I think some of them were a little weird. But like if you were a baby boomer, what would the gun of the baby boomers be? And then X, Y, Z, that kind of thing. I can't remember off the top of my head what his were, but what do you guys?
I think like 1800, like pre-World War I. It was like the FN-32 that Browning came up with as like his first commercially successful pistol, and then it was like the Greatest Generation. It was the 1911 because apparently that's a thing, and of course, no one ever in that generation would have liked any of the Smith & Wesson, say, Model 10s or M&Ps that they've made 6 million of since they started making. Yeah.
Have a good night, Gizzard.
Yep. Giz, you gonna give any plugs before you go or anything?
Gotta go roost.
Foul Territory Friday nights, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, early bird chat. I guess we're going to start doing that every week now. So Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. Thanks for everybody for stopping by, and thanks for the link.
My Gizzard, when I was setting up my son was still up. He hadn't quite gone upstairs yet when I got the computer up and started the computer up. I hadn't done anything. I didn't pull up YouTube. I didn't do anything. And he said, "Oh, what are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just getting a computer set up." He said, "Can we talk to that guy that's your friend that does shows?" And I was like, "Oh, he's not online yet, buddy. He did his show early this morning, so he still remembers talking to you guys. He thought we could just jump on and talk to you whenever we wanted."
Well, cool. Cute. One of these days, jump in and talk to me.
Yeah, we'll have to. One of these days, we'll have to make him some pancakes, and we'll jump on and say hi.
Ooh, sounds good. All righty.
You have a good night, bud.
Good night.
Night.
Have a good night.
So I can't remember exactly what the time frames were for the ones that the article had, but like Boomers is 1944 to 64, and then Generation X is 65 to 79, Y is 80 to 94, and Z is 95 to 2012. Is what they're saying. And before that would be, the like 1920 to 1944, but I'm not really even sure if that. I guess that's what they just generally call the greatest generation, right?
Yeah, it was been anyone who would have been old enough to have lived through the Depression and fought through the Second World War and fought in the Second World War.
Well, that's got to be the 1911, right? I mean, that's got to be the most iconic gun of that era.
Yeah, hold on. Let me keep blabbering. I'll see if I can't pull up. Because it was his hasty headline on Thursday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would have been somewhere around there. Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, because
I don't remember what the generation before that would be. That would be,
Hold on. I have to say this because it needs to be said. 2 world wars, Korea, Vietnam, and according to my uncle who was in Desert Storm.
Yeah,
I'm
because
sure.
I mean, the
Here we
Grand was
go.
still around in Desert
I'd say,
Storm.
you think it was really one with the sidearm, or maybe a rifle, or tanks, or
All
Maybe
that
tank
tells
too,
us is that
but-
it takes a long, long ass time for a large organization like the United States military to make a decision on anything. Because you got to remember, they were looking for a replacement for the 30-06 cartridge after the First World War, and they didn't get it until 1954.
Shoes.
1911s were good for digging ditches and hammering in nails and putting up hassocks and stuff like that.
And my uncle was in the tank corps in Desert Storm, and he said all of all of his unit, the sidearms they were issued were usually just M16s, and they were if they needed sidearms, M16s and 1911s. Even though the United States Army had adopted the M9 as the new sidearm, they weren't circulating that in the war yet.
Well, no, they'd who I forget the guy's actual name. He's the tank guy that World of Tanks has been pimping out for years as being their tank expert. Anyway, guy's thing is the Chieftain's Hatch, and his whole thing, he was technically still is, but is now at a desk, a tank commander, and was for the middle or early part of the Second Gulf War. And he was going on and on about how, well, when you issued out everything, it's like, well, we have a tank. What do we need all this extra crap for? Because it was like, oh, well, yeah, you need like a bayonet, 3 rifles, a squad automatic, your M9s and all that. But his whole thing, or to make a long story finished, he's talking about the debate of, Army should have never gone from the 1911 to the M9. He said, I really don't care either way, because this pistol is not my primary thing. I only care about like the M9 because it goes bang more times, and the more times it goes bang, the closer I am to getting to another tank to kill you with.
Right.
So yeah,
I think
the whole thing is, okay, we've got this whiz-bang wonder new thing. We've got like 500,000 of these old things. Let's give them to the people who really don't need this as a daily thing. It's more like, here, just hold this while we find something else for you to do.
Well, and the thing is, my uncle was part of the 3rd Armored Division, which was Eisenhower's division before they decommissioned it in '92.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't fighting on the front lines in Desert Storm. He was like in the back protecting all the supplies. But he was in an Abrams tank, and he was in charge of that particular tank.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
But I guess at the role his division was doing, they just decided to just outfit them with 1911s instead of giving them brand new M9s.
Yeah.
Well, you would think too, somebody in a tank isn't going to need the magazine capacity that somebody's out running around with too. That's out on the move, not in cover. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, what's the capacity of an M9? It's a 15 round.
15
yeah,
rounds.
It's 15 plus, right? 15, 17, something like that.
Compared to the Army Standard issue 7 round for the 1911.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of,
It's a bit more, I'll give you that. But again, you're trying to compare. Remember, if G-Webs is out there, I'm sure the 45 9mm signals in the sky for him, because you know how he is about 9mm.
Yeah, I get it. I just
greatest round ever.
Well, now you guys keep going on about 2 world wars, but this was in the Imperial German army. So it lost 2 world wars, yet keeps winning pretty much every other war, that even ones that include 762 by 39.
39?
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
that's why.
Otherwise,
that's why
yeah, I
carry
found
the
that.
same caliber that the Secret Service carries to protect the president.
oh, I didn't realize you took a hacksaw to your P90.
Funny.
I found that doohickey we were looking for about.
Okay.
Matt, it's the February 21st. Man cuts off his own leg in coronavirus cure? ? Let's see.
No, that's self-mutilation. That's not a cure.
Yeah, no. Gen Z, they're saying, is 95 to 2012.
You're right. That's what I have. Y is 80 to 90.
Lost Generation, it's saying, is 1883 to 1901. So, yeah, they're talking the FN.
Which,
yeah, that
literally
FN
no one is alive
32. No. Yeah, no.
No.
I don't know. What is the record for longest person alive? 115?
Like 117, I think.
Yeah. 120, man. 120 already. I don't think so.
Lots of world wars.
Yeah, Greatest Generation was 1901 to 1927, and they're showing a picture of the M1911. Quit moving the damn screen there, Matt. Silent Generation, 1928 to 1945, and they're showing, let's see, Walther PP, P38, Browning High Power, Smith & Wesson Model 27, 357 revolver.
See, I don't know. And they only did handguns, too. They didn't do rifles, but...
Yeah, boomers, they're saying, was 46 to 64, and they're showing a Smith & Wesson Model 59.
And what's a 59 again? Is that a 38?
No. It's Smith & Wesson's
First gen
semi-auto 9mm.
Oh, yeah.
Even though I think they came out in like... Yeah, even though I think it came out in like 50... It came out in like the mid-50s or something as an actual... Because I think the Army was looking for a replacement or limited replacement for the 1911. Okay, Matt's... Gen X, they're saying is 65 to 79. Well, oversee during this time period, very nice double stack 9mm pistols hit the market for their first time. The CZ75, Beretta 92, and the SIG 220. Here in America, the most popular new Gen X period handgun was the Security 6, or was the Ruger 6 series. And then millennials are just saying anything that's a Glock or a Glock derivative.
Yeah.
And that's 80 to 94.
80 to 94.
Actually, I suppose if I pause the video, I could actually just go to the guns.com article and instead of having to do all this.
Oh, I thought that's what you did.
Wait a second. You said about using logic here earlier, so don't start now.
Well, fellas, on that note, I think I'm going to bail. Thank you very much for the invite.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
Yep, always. Thanks, buddy.
Fine,
Guys,
go
have a
ahead,
good
Dale.
one. And 6 p.m. tomorrow is when the shooting clays with the Henry video drops. So check that out. Guys, have a good one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
Thanks. Very nice.
Hey, you can't. Do they have for that axe? Do they have other chokes yet that you can shoot? You can get the choke out so you can shoot slugs out of it. You're not supposed to shoot slugs, are you?
Yeah, I shot slugs through it. I've got the full choke in it. It has Invector style chokes, so any Invector 410 choke you can put right in there.
Oh, okay. I had heard you couldn't shoot slugs out of it or something.
Yeah, sure can.
Yeah,
I
can.
wouldn't shoot 45 long Colt through it.
Well, I don't think it's chambered to do that.
Yeah. But
that's like saying I wouldn't put a 50 BMG in my 12 gauge just because it fits. Maybe not that extreme.
I shot in the first video. I put 5 slugs into a frozen turkey. Man, it's a pretty good damage to it too.
What'd that frozen turkey ever do to you?
It existed. It got freezer burned and.
Well, now hold on. It's not the turkey's fault it got freezer burned. It's either you or the minimum wage flunky at the turkey packing plant that didn't wrap it right.
It was the guys at the gun shop who gave it to me. Because when I
Here you go, turkey. Here's a frozen turkey.
I'm like, now I got to go buy a pork shoulder or something to shoot. And they said, no, we got a frozen turkey back there in the freezer. It's been sitting there a couple of years. Hell, take it. So I said, sure.
Wait, so your gun shop also stocks frozen turkeys?
Apparently, yes.
No, it's a turkey shop that sells guns.
It's a multifaceted shop.
Yes, they don't sell the turkeys; they had it for personal use.
It's a general store.
Like marijuana.
Do we really want to know what the frozen turkey and personal use in the same sentence are for?
Oh,
I don't know.
There was no giblets harmed in the making of that video.
Actually,
no
they were. I
or
didn't take them out.
Thanks for the
They were
comment.
still in there.
Yeah, that's for both.
Have a good night.
Just
Thanks
like
for the
just
chat
like
there,
pineapple
Budget.
and bananas in the same sentence.
That's right. All right, guys. You guys have a good one.
See ya.
Later, Mike.
Thanks.
See ya.
So I don't know. What do we think about the? Let's. I think. So that's
Start from the top or start at where people are still alive.
Oh, I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Well,
See the Lost Generation, 1883 to 1901. See, and one of the things is, are they just talking about being born in that, or when you were an adult?
Those who were born in this era became adults during the First World War in the Roaring '20s.
Okay, so it's people that were adults during that time period. So I think that's important.
Born during this, but then came of age during the
First World War.
See right here where it says born? B-O-R-N?
Well, see, that's what I mean.
So that was
I misspoke. I think it would be more important to people that would be adults during certain time periods, don't you think? I mean, just because you were born then, you're a kid, you didn't know nothing about guns when you're a little, about most guns anyway.
Yeah, M1900.
Not saying what they carried from birth. It's what those people born in that era carried later. It's not necessarily
might have been exposed to, even
frame.
though. Okay, so this is 1883 to 1901, and they're saying right here that this pistol was designed in the late 1890s. So let's say 1895 or so. So person born in 1883 when they came out would be not... Yeah, they'd be, 12, 13 years old, something like that?
They'd already have a family by then.
Probably. Which, okay, if this was designed and came out, it was still like new. How many average, I'll also use the phrase working class people in the U.S. would have bought something new, or, oh, hey, here's Grandpappy's the brass frame Remington.
Right.
It still works.
Right.
It doesn't matter how you classify it.
Afford it.
It's just when is it saying that they carried that?
All right.
Because the ones that were born in
here's
1901,
here's a little extra
when they were
candy for me.
18 or when they were 15, that was almost in the 20s.
Yeah.
And now that gun's 25 years old. I think we're
Lost
putting too much
Generation,
emphasis.
born 1883 to 1901. Those who were born during this era became adults during the Great War and the Roaring '20s, moving from the last days of the Old West into the brave new world that was the 20th century. Perhaps one of the most important handguns born inside that generation was John Browning's number one pistol, which reached production as the FN MLE 1900. Designed in the late 1890s, the .32 ACP chambered blowback pistol was unlike many other early semi-autos, reliable. Further, it was compact, just being 7 inches long, 4 inches high, blah, 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 blah. Theodore Roosevelt, over 700,000 FN 1900s were made in Belgium, while untold thousands of unlicensed copies across the quality spectrum were produced around the globe. Many of the operational aspects were designed by blah, blah, blah are still in use today. I don't know. I think like this late Victorian period here, even though if we're pushing it forward like 10 years or so.
No, it's got to be past that 1901 too.
Yeah.
It's when they carried a gun. When did they carry a handgun? How old were they? 18, 15, 16?
Yeah. Once again,
so now
I bring
we're
up
into
the
1920 by that point.
whole thing.
I don't know that it matters whether they carried it or not either. It's just whether it was like the iconic gun of that time.
And you also have,
like that's what I mean. Like I don't know much about the 1901. Like I know the 1903 was more.
Hold up.
Known, right?
I do need to say something about the 1911 real quick. Okay. Yes, the 1911 was adopted in 1911, but there were predecessor versions that were adopted in limited quantities by the United States military. You know, including the Colt Model 1900, the 1901, and the 1902, which were basically all the Model 100, but with changes because the government wanted changes. The military wanted changes. And then they continued making changes to those firearms until we got to where they're like, okay, we're going to uniformly adopt the 1911 because it's got all the changes made that we want to it. You know, it's been tailor-made for the United States military, so we're adopting it full scale instead of in limited quantities until they make the changes they wanted.
Yeah.
Okay, this awkward silence is brought to you by
Diet Beef Soda, because it is just plainly inferior to Diet Beef Soda Zero.
Guns.com.
Yeah.
All the beef taste without the guilt.
So if you go from, what would be something for that when you go back up there to that 1911? I think the 1911 is the obvious choice for that one, for the next one, but
for the Lost Generation, the 1883 to 1901.
Yeah, what would be a better choice?
I'm going to say some type of either. I'm going to say some type of Colt or Colt copy revolver.
Yeah, I would have thought a revolver too. You know, there's just tons of there's just Ivor Johnson type little guys, little fellas. I just don't know anything. I guess I just don't know anything about this. The FNMLE, I just don't know anything about it. So maybe that's why it doesn't stand out.
I don't know if they're just putting it up here because it was John Browning's first commercially successful or first
probably
widespread semi-auto pistol.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, that functioned.
I don't know. Yeah, if you would have put like the Colt 190 or the Pocket Hammerless 1903, I could see that.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I thought the 1903. Yeah. I when you see the 1903 and you see the silhouette of it, like even I can see that it's like, oh, that looks like a 1903. This one, I don't see that. Even, I don't know anything about this one.
What probably would have made a little bit more sense if you wanted to stick with something that would have been available when someone from 83 to 01 was an adult, doing the air quotes here, would have been the Browning 1908 Pocket 25. Just for how many millions and millions of copies everyone made of that.
Well, the one point in 1883 would have had to wait 10 years for it to come out.
The Colt Model 1903 was also designed by John Browning, so I don't see why they wouldn't use that instead. Because I guess did the FN M1900 not use what was it, 32 ACP?
Nope, it says it's chambered in 32 ACP.
Well, why would you go with this over the?
Because it was the first.
Why would you go?
It doesn't mean it's
over what?
No, I'm going to argue that it's not the first the first successful gun Browning made. He made more.
No, but these are limiting to handguns.
No. Okay.
Yes, we know he's made rifles.
Yeah. Well, not even rifles. I would say that his first successful gun overall would have been the Winchester Model 1897.
Yes, but this list here is just handguns.
Handguns with a short stock designed to be held and fired by the use of a single hand, not caliber specific.
Which
are they talking about handguns?
Which up until
how about that?
Until about the late 60s, early 70s, it was one-handed. Somebody who was raised in this time or was trained to be in the Great War, if they were shooting pistols, it wasn't the Weaver stance. It was you stand sideways to your target, one hand behind your back, and you're holding it out with one hand.
Short stock designed to be held and fired by the use of a single hand. There's your definition of a handgun.
There you go.
So I think wait, I'm confused. Were we talking about handguns?
No, we were talking about
1897 lever action
rifles.
Yeah. Okay.
So
no.
Greatest generation from 1901 to 1927, and I'd probably say would probably even include the Silent Generation and the Boomers. The 1911 was just a classic, because at the time, so 1901 to 27, even during the First World War, when there was a shortage of pistols, and they had to call up Smith & Wesson and say, hey, can you make a revolver chambered in this particular cartridge because we need handguns? These things were still coming up on the surplus market, and during this time, up until the Great Depression, Colt was just a powerhouse manufacturer for these, for 1911s of any ilk.
Now, is there? So, I do agree. I think when you put this generation and from 1901 to 1945, handgun wise, the 1911 has got to be the number one. I mean, I just think you almost stick those together.
It was,
and I don't, but I don't know.
Internet rumor, common knowledge says that the 1911 was the most popular handgun in the U.S. until recently, when Glock unthroned it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the next one, they put the revolver, right? You scroll down.
Yeah, 28 to 45, which
it seems like you're going back. You're going back in time instead of going forward.
Not really. I mean, this was
that was a big cop
even up until the 70s or so. There was still not uncommon to, hey, I got a 1911. What do I have to do to it to make it run super reliably?
So, I don't know if Sarge was back in those days, but the Model 27 and the Model 10 were primary issues for most law enforcement departments.
Oh yeah, the one I've got right here has a department number and a rack number engraved right on it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but those came out in the model that the Model 10 eventually turned into came out in, I think, 1899. Because it was, it was the Model 1899. Then it was the M&P, and then I think it was a Victory model up until 1952 when they just decided to name it, or went to a different naming convention and named it Model 10. Yes, I got the thing and then decided to do a lot of research after buying it.
So, I mean, I guess I do get this one then a little bit. I mean, especially if it was a cop gun, because looking at it now, to look at it now, it does sort of, that's what I thought of when I first saw it. I was like, looks like a Cop 357.
Yeah, the 4-inch barrel with either 38 Special or 357 Magnum. That was up until like at least the 80s or so before it was a large. Police started transitioning in mass over to semi-autos.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, when Glock showed up in '84,
and the people at Gaston's marketing says, no, you can't sell them for $200 to the general public. You can sell them for $250 to police or to departments, and then just kind of throw them a free one every time one breaks. But no, I would say definitely people born from 28 to 45. It's still where the revolver versus semi-auto debate was a lot more relevant. Because at this time you had, the 1911 Luger, if you were lucky, and the Browning High Power as like the most common centerfire semi-autos on the market.
And I'll throw in on that one the aspect of, like I said, most law enforcement. The revolver was a proven platform. The 1911 at that particular point in time was proven relatively unreliable because it kept, had jams and issues because of military service and all the complaints and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So the revolver was a much more reliable platform. Yes, it lacked one bullet compared to the 45, but in comparison to during the time, ammo was more potent in 357 Magnum than it was in 45.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And even during this, because even if we go up to include the Boomer era, hollow points really weren't a thing. So it was either, you have a 230 grain full metal jacket, or you have a 185 semi-wad cutter or 185 round nose. Lead.
Would they have had full metal jacket?
On the ground,
or would it just have all been lead?
When he dropped on the ground nose first, he splattered the nose and pushed the nose. He couldn't get in the gun anymore.
It would have been either full metal jacket or lead.
Yeah, for the semi-autos, if we're just going to stick to the 1911, it was, it's unless you're doing four of the guys need to qualify with 1911s in the department, so you, Mr. Unlucky, you get to sit at the loading bench and load up qualification ammo for them. That might have been lead. But for the standard police loading for Model 10 was a 185 grain lead round nose bullet traveling at about 700 to 750 feet per second.
Oof. Yep. Just creeping along there, huh?
Mm-hmm. No, then as things advanced, it was the 357 Magnum and semi-wad cutter, which you carried for your duty weapon, for your duty ammo, but for your qualification ammo, it was 38 special lead round nose, dirty as hell. Mm-hmm. You fired 3 rounds, and then you had to clean the cylinder because you couldn't get any more ammo in it because it was so built up.
Damn, I forget what the name of that guy was. He had a whole thing about the... what was it? I think the title was the 38 Special wasn't that bad, or wasn't as bad as people think. And he was going through the whole thing about how it was perceived. You need more stopping power. You need bigger stopping power. So they went to hotter 38s and then eventually the 357s. But when they went to 357s and actually tried qualifying with 357 ammo, most of the people couldn't qualify with it. So they just ended up going back to 38 ammo in the 357 guns.
Gee, it sounds kind of like today with 40 S&W 357 SIG.
You mean 10 millimeter to 40 to 9 to 40 to 9?
Yeah, like I said, that's why the majority of the departments went to the 40 S&W, and now it's why the majority of them are going back to 9 millimeter because a lot of the I don't want to put this politically correct.
Recruits could not meet their qualification scores.
Yeah, most of the ones that are already on the streets couldn't do it because it was too much.
Well, that's their problem.
Yeah. So are we...
Yeah, unfortunately...
Are we in agreement that, say, from 1901 to 80 or so, the 1911 was probably king?
Probably.
Or probably more representative of the... Or not to downplay the Ruger 6 series. They're very nice guns.
well, not even just the Ruger 6. I would say the Model 29 also, just because of the size, the caliber.
Well,
Yeah,
when Dirty
kinda-
Harry came out, that's what made the 29 pot. That's what blew the 29 right out of the water when Dirty Harry came out.
Right.
And then I don't know.
But I'll actually go as far as the 1911 was probably king for the semi-autos up until right here you go, right until the 80s until Glock released.
Okay.
The 59 series.
I think the Beretta 92 needs to be in there.
For law enforcement, because a lot of law enforcement agencies went to the 59 series.
Yeah.
But when Glock came out, and after they got a little bit of reputation to them, everybody dumped this 59 series, and everybody went Glock. Hence, here we are today.
And that fact that Smith & Wesson wants us to pay $350 per gun, and Glock's going to give us to it for $100.
Exactly.
Plus free replacement. Yeah, that's how you get it. And the fact that it was actually a very reliable design didn't hurt any. But I don't know. Yeah, Millennial. I don't know. Maybe a toss-up, but the 92 is, as Matt said, is more iconic. It was in a lot more action films than that of the era. Or that someone in this era would have watched growing up.
Okay, Abe, hold up.
Yep.
How old are you? What year?
88.
Okay, 88. I'm 83. So you and I are basically stuck in this category according to guns.com.
Yes, even though I do not consider myself a millennial, I have my own place, and I'm fiscally responsible.
I don't either, but the point is they lump us in that category regardless because of what year we were born in.
Yeah, that's how the generations work.
Well, now hold on a second. Let me scroll back up here. We got Generation X. Well, actually, they're oh no, they've got.
Well, I think we have to go up a generation for Obnoxious One because you were too far ahead.
Lost Generation.
Okay,
no, you gotta go down to.
No, because
there we go.
I don't think Obnoxious can be silent. I mean, we just have to bring up the phrase "speed holes," and he says, "To hell with you," or
"You son of a bitch."
I mean, it's almost like Seven Wonders. All you have to say is, "Hey, Seven, that zombie over there looks like it's got a schoolgirl outfit on," and he will go, "Ha ha ha ha!"
You've got a point there, and then we say there, "Oh, Sarge is here," and he goes, "Goddamn rogue pirate."
No, I think for Sarge, it's, "Hey, Walmart had apple fritters on the clearance rack. I picked up a dozen of them for like 50 cents.
Clearance apple fritters is the best kind. I don't know what the hell you're talking
about.
No,
Obnoxious One also called
yeah, I'm in.
I don't know why, but
anyway, so we were.
If I heard there was discount fritters and I had lights and sirens, I'd be using them to get there faster too.
Oh yeah.
The only problem is that the Walmart in our area is no longer 24 hours. So screw them.
Yeah, mine isn't either. One of ours is. It's around, but one of them isn't. Used to be. About 2 years ago, they switched over to closing at midnight.
So anyway, nice, right? Before we got off on a tangent from a tangent, we were talking about Glock.
Yeah, was your first handgun a Glock? That's what I was going to get at.
No, my first handgun I shot or first one I owned?
First one you bought.
First one I bought? No, it was a 1911 45.
Guess what? Same with me. And that's before I went and screwed my hand up, okay? My first,
and as a matter of fact, the first centerfire gun I shot was a 1911 copy in 45 auto. Otherwise, before that, it was a Ruger Mark II government with the heavy target stainless barrel.
But the first handgun I bought for myself was a 1911. Yes, it was one of those Rock Island, ATI 1911s, but
they work.
It's still a 1911. It still works every time I pull the trigger. So I don't care about branding. Okay, that has nothing to do with it. It wasn't a Glock. I didn't buy a Glock. To this day, I still do not own a Glock.
No, but you own something that is a Glock derivative. Your P320.
Technically,
that's true. Kind of.
Yes.
If we're painting with the wide brush and with wide stroke of a Glock is a Polymer framed, striker fired, modified Browning.
SIG is
Glock
more
breech.
Swiss German. Glock is more just Austrian.
Well, no. Like I said, if we're just
but he just means
defining
striker fired.
striker,
blah, blah.
polymer
Okay,
framed,
striker
high
fired.
capacity, locked breech, modified Browning action.
Yeah. Well, I like that P320, but I also like the 229 DAC I've got. Just throwing that out there.
No, and I didn't even buy I bought a Glock accessory known as the Sub 2000, probably a decade before I even bought the Glock that took the same magazines.
But a Beretta 92 was my second gun. Okay, the 92S, my second handgun. So there you go.
And on that note, my Langdon is what's currently in the holster.
Ooh. This is painful for Sarge because I guess he can't respond.
Is your mic busted or what's going on, bud?
Oh no, it works fine.
Oh.
What's the Gen Z one again?
Gen Z, I think, is the Pig 320.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But were they born in that generation, or were they like 15? Were they 27?
Gen Z is 1990.
What does all this mean?
You were born
I don't
95, 2012.
understand. I really think it was a P3 whatever. I don't know.
Well, looking at this list, it's kind of some of it's going by I want to say types or innovations. Okay, the first commercially successful Browning automatic.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's what it was.
1911 is a given because it's just American, apple pie and cheating on your taxes. Oh, the Smith & Wesson Model 27. It was the first Magnum revolver ever.
I don't know why they put 2012
first Magnum
in
smokeless
there on that P320 because, as far as I know, it's 2020, 2012. The kids are only 8 years old right now. They're not using P320s yet. I'm sorry. They're just not.
Yeah, like this one. Oh, this is even though the beginning of the double action, single action craze in America, the Red Hawk, it's basically not Red Hawk, the 6 series is basically, how well it's designed and the fact that it only needs one spring for both the hammer and the trigger, the Glock, because it's the polymer Wonder 9, and the reason they're going with the SIG.
It only has 13 parts.
Yeah, the SIG 250 and 320. Yeah, they're going with this because this is the next evolution in handguns of this modular system of here's your little piece of sheet metal, that's the serialized part. You can do whatever, you can make anything you want out of it because it's didn't somebody at Chat Show coming out with an actual carbine setup that uses the 320 trigger group?
It just uses the fire control group, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and as far as like these dates and that, I'm sure who wrote this? I'm sure that Mr. or Ms. or Mrs. or Chris Edger, however you want to say that, probably just went on a list and said, okay, these are the commonly agreed upon dates for these generations.
I guess it is more what you said.
Right.
But for me, it's more like it's the
last generation. It should be like 1995 to 1999 because
the innovations of the guns and not the guns themselves. Which I don't know. I guess that's where I got lost on it. I don't know.
I mean, anyone born after 1999 isn't old enough yet to buy a handgun legitimately.
You can give them handguns. Kids are okay.
They can't.
Once again, we're going back to the beginning of this whole thing, all the way back here when I first pulled this up with Sarge saying, is it one that they carried or is it one that they would have shot? Because back here, you're old enough to hold it and you haven't shown any signs that you're going to do harm with it. And if you do, I'm going to smack you upside the head with a wooden stick.
You're a violent guy. You're all beating on kids.
I'm talking about a parent for someone who would have been born for someone who would have been born in 1883 to 1901. back in the time where, where it probably wouldn't have been uncommon to,
but
Cletus and
Next thing you know, he'll be
Beatrice got
standing out in front
married.
of some governor's house.
But they're talking the best known or most groundbreaking new handgun from that era. Now, once you get up to Gen X, sorry, that's not the best known handgun of that era. Not the most groundbreaking of that era. The Beretta 92 is the gun that everybody from that era knows. They don't know. Nobody knows the 6 Series. They know Beretta 92.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out, is this...
fuck it. What else?
It could just be... I don't know if they're sticking to simply American, even though FN was made in Belgium. Okay, 1911s and Smith & Wesson. Because, I'm trying to think. Glock didn't start. Glock didn't start making Glocks
like
in the U.S. until what? 2010.
No,
A couple years ago.
Yeah,
but they were in.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's an option. It's not limited to
No,
the US.
no, Georgia. They were there in what? 07, 08.
Well,
But
no,
they really weren't doing anything.
Well, no, with Obnoxious going on about the Beretta 92, just reading the blurb here, it says, while overseas during this period, very nice double-stack pistols hit the market for the first time. The CZ75, the Beretta 92, the SIG P220, for instance, here in America, the most popular new Gen X gun was blah, blah, blah. So I was just going through thinking, well, because aren't the 320s made in? Aren't they still made in Excelsior? Or...
I don't think it has anything to do with where it's made.
Yeah, they're New Hampshire. Yes, they're still up in New Hampshire.
Yeah, because I don't know, because it didn't specifically say, but I was trying to read through the lines and use the logic which I do not possess to think, okay, is he trying to limit these to strictly U.S. made guns? Is that why he didn't put the Beretta 92 or the CZ75 on here?
I don't know.
There you go, using logic again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see, Obnoxious, your 92X that you're supposed to be getting, that could be used for 3 future generations here before they get to spend.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well,
you might be handing that down to your great grandkids.
Well, that's going to be tough.
If it's even here.
Ghost is right. I mean, I thought this would be fun to talk about. I thought we'd all jump in and say like some fun stuff, but this has turned out to be a bum ass fucking
a long drawn out serious debate over bullshit.
Now I'm tired and I just want to go
right along.
That's why this is called the closer.
No, I thought everybody would jump in and throw a bunch of stuff out there and it'd be kind of fun to bullshit about, but it turned into a science project and that was shitty.
So you were hoping for each of us to go in order and simply say, what gun would you have liked to have seen in this?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was shooting for. That's kind of what I was shooting for. Is like, oh, you know what would be good in that one? This would be good. Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Well, we can do that now.
We can do that now. Like, bring it back up.
We got to overanalyze it to death.
We're not going to spend another fucking hour talking about nonsense that nobody wants to fucking hear. Jesus.
Well,
why? The whole beginning of the show was like that.
The cornerstone of the show.
First hour was like that. What's the difference?
Well, now hold on. I thought
I
think we came to a consensus that from 1901 up to about
midnight, just go to the next subject.
1980, that the 1911 was the gun.
That was going to talk about. I mean, I don't even want whatever. Anybody out in the the chat got something for us?
Oh, I get something.
There we go. How about staple guns?
Staple guns. There you go. Craftsman.
Yes.
I prefer Arrow brand.
Arrows are
now, are we talking about the ones that you go ka-chunk or the ones that you hook up to a air hose?
Both.
I was going to say Craftsman. Steer's still a. Sears still even a thing? Is there any Sears still?
Sears isn't, but Craftsman is still a brand.
Yeah, Craftsman is still a brand.
Craftsman's still a brand, and I think Lowe's carries
Lowe's
Craftsman
bought 'em.
right now, and I
Yeah,
also
really?
it's all
Lowe's bought them.
it's all Chinese made shit now, though.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
and who's the other one that carries them? Ace Hardware. Ace Hardware carries it too.
I wonder, is somebody else making them and they're just stamping them?
It's all Chinese made now stuff now.
Yeah. So
even back in the
Porta Cable or Milwaukee or.
I mean, even back in the mid '90s when I got my full tool set of stuff, it was still U.S. made. Even up until the Sears here in town closed, like picking through, like, oh hey, this one wrench set is made in China, but this ratchet wrench set is actually made in the U.S. still. So
yeah, Pfeiffer says some of it is made in the U.S.
Or they could just be clearing through old stock.
Sorry, just giving me the middle finger. I agree.
You two want a room, or should we just clear off the space behind the dumpster?
Well, wherever your sister's at, that's okay.
Seven Wonders. I don't know if Sears.com is, but like their
I don't know.
site to buy like replacement parts for their like mowers and weed whips and stuff is still around. That could have also just been sold under the Craftsman as part of the sale.
It's
Craftsman
a
brand.
shame nobody has the ability to have something where they could check out Sears.com. it's a real shame that there's no way we could possibly check Sears.com. Right now.
I mean, it's real hard to do. I've already got the phone line tied up with this. I mean, it's not like I can call their 800 number and.
I mean, is there anybody we can send a letter to find out if Sears.com is still a thing?
You know, Obnoxious, I don't think we can send a letter. We might have to send either a telegram or a facsimile.
Okay.
Passenger
and here I thought we had to use smoke signals.
That's racist.
No, you can't use smoke signals for .com.
No, they tried to do this back in '93, but they just couldn't come up with a unified system of doing the @ symbol.
Seven Wonders says, please see my question of above 1911 versus 92X performance. Your show is the deciding factor.
Well, it depends on what 1911.
Said I was planning to buy a SIG 9. I was planning to buy a SIG 9mm 1911, but just saw a review of the new Beretta 92X performance. Thoughts on the basically tied after 4 cervix.
Let's just put it this way: if you talk to Obnoxious, you're gonna go with the SIG because you're never gonna get the 92X. It's on permanent back order.
I personally, I think that things with a safety that flips up is weird. I don't like flipping safeties up. I like flipping safeties down. So I would go with the 1911.
Yeah, but the 92X, I believe, flips down because it's frame mounted.
Oh, it does?
I believe so.
Yeah, not a slide.
Oh.
Yeah, 92X has it frame mounted.
Darn it! Now
is that a safety? Is that a safety decocker or just a safety? Or is that interchangeable?
It's just a safety, I believe.
Who uses safeties anyway?
I thought it was a safety decocker. Usually the Beretta are safety decockers.
Oh well.
If they're a G conversion.
Hold your horses here.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm jumping out. You guys have fun.
All right, see ya. Have fun.
Nice trick.
Someone better corral Moo, otherwise he'll run off.
Suck it, Night Strike.
But if you are going to be silly enough to buy a 1911, I mean, if you're going to buy a 1911, then yeah, I would say SIG would probably be the better of the batch to look at, at least for reliability aspects of it.
Okay, so.
Oh yeah, down is off on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
There you
1911. So, faster cycle time. Yeah, it's got this extended dual. Now, this is the 92
At performance.
X performance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, aren't they making a 92?
They're
X
making
carry?
92X as well.
Okay, models.
They've got like 3 styles of the 92X.
X performance.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if that's a decocker safety, or it looks like it's just going to be a safety.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a
Okay,
decocker.
92X. I can't see the YouTube chat with this pulled up. Is Seven wanting the 92X regular full size, or is he going for the performance? Because the performance is a frame-mounted
he said
safety manipulator, but the 92X full size is a.
He said the performance.
Okay,
Clearly said the performance.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember 5 minutes ago when I was actually looking at stuff.
Oh, Jesus. He's dead. Who died?
Dude.
Oh, set that mic off.
I did.
He's dead.
What the?
Wow.
Thank you. Got some hellacious feedback there.
Yeah, I couldn't get to him fast enough.
I don't know what the heck it is. It'll do that, but just unplugging my mic and plugging it back in, and it clears it up.
I didn't need those eardrums
I
anyway.
apologize for those people's ears. Actually, I only apologize for Mia's ears because she's the only one who comes here to listen to my voice.
What makes you think that the rest of us don't come here to listen to your dulcet tones? It's not like we're coming here for the content.
Yeah, anyway.
Well, she's the only one who makes me feel who voices her appreciation for it. So,
Well, 1 out of 300 million Americans.
That is nice looking now.
So
I mean, that's a nice looking
anyway,
pistol.
is that 92X performance a decocker safety or just a safety?
I'm trying to see if they have
It's likely a
freaking manual for it or not.
I'm sure.
I'm not going to actually read through all this text here. Nitride finish, blah blah blah. 15 oversized rubber pad. 90 also offers the possibility to regulate the pre-travel only with single action only models and over travel all models via 2 adjustment screws. Please note for standard double action, single action models, only the over travel score will be traveling, blah 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 blah. So I
don't think it's a decocker. It would have mentioned. I feel like it would have said something about it being a decocker.
Well, it says ambidextrous thumb safety. There's new safety. Stupid thing.
Okay, so yeah, the 92X safety lever can be used in a safety decocker mode as well. It can be converted to perform decocker only.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, it's a nice looking pistol, but that could just be the fact that it's stainless with all black accents.
Hang on here a second. That was actually the compact. The performance may be different.
Well, yeah, because the performance is the only one that has the frame-mounted safety. All the other ones are just a standard 92 configuration.
Okay, yeah. So the 92 performance is a safety only, but you can get the conversion kit to do it as a decocker. But it's set as a competition gun. So why do you want to use a decocker in there? I have no idea.
It's only a 15 round though, right? It said it's 15 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mag sticks out of the bottom an awful lot. You'd think it would be like a 7.
I think it's no, it doesn't stick out that far. I mean, it's just like they've got a bumper pad on it. Yeah, oversized magazine pad. So that'd be for protecting your soft, delicate meat hooks from cutting yourself when you slam a mag in, or protecting the magazine's bottom from getting all chewed up or all dented and twisted when you just let it drop from the gun.
Yeah, especially when you're doing competition and you're dropping it from 8 feet in the air.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty sharp looking unit, but then again, I think it. What is MSRP on them? They're
how is that 92? Oh, that's right. You don't have it yet. Sorry.
Yeah, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, dude, what's going on?
There's like a limit to how many times you could say it in 5 minutes. It's like a little kid telling the same joke over and over.
No, there isn't.
Son of a bitch.
He's not seven wonders.
Yeah.
When did you order it, Obnoxious? I don't really know much about. I know these guys give you a hard time about it, but I don't really know. Like, how long ago did you order something? Is it out of stock, or is it just somebody just fucked something up?
Davidson's hasn't shipped it to the place that I ordered it from. That's what it is. They're shipping to all the big places first, I'm sure.
Oh, okay.
So
I blame Yankee. He whined and threw a tantrum at Sporting System, so they're trying to placate him first.
Probably.
So it's not that it was out of stock. They just stuck you at the end of the line, huh?
It was in stock when I ordered it.
That's what I mean.
It wasn't.
But it's the new hotness, new for SHOT Show, blah blah blah. So Davidson's is going to, hey, we got an order for like 10 of these from this one FFL, so we're going to ship that first, and then all these little
singles. They haven't gotten any in. Other distributors have. Davidson's hasn't gotten any. Other distributors have.
Which is odd, since Davidson's is a fairly large distributor.
It is very odd, because I've gone on there and checked their quantities, and they have not had any.
Just for
I've
shits and
seen
giggles,
quantities they do allocated on stuff like that. They don't put the quantity on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that just means, okay, yeah, we have a list, and you might be on it.
Mm-hmm.
Pistols manufacturer.
But to answer your question, it's been 3 months.
3 months? Holy shit. For something that was in stock.
No, it wasn't.
Hello, my name is Obnoxious One, and it's been over 3 months.
What did they say when we asked them in Vegas? How long did they say some people have been waiting?
A year. But that was, if anybody's been waiting for it for a year, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, because they dropped it at NRAM last year.
Well,
so nobody's been waiting for a year for it, because they dropped it at NRAM last year.
9 months.
Unless they're saying, well, we had some
and they had one
stuff. Yeah, it's I don't know if. Well, I told you the whole rigmarole with the magazines of my gun and the shotgun the store had ordered before. Maybe they're just, I don't know. Maybe Beretta just has their head so far up their ass they can't do anything, or maybe not having that sweet government teat to suck off of for military contracts is just really throwing them into kind of a funk.
Well, it isn't just Davidson's.
Yeah, no. Xander's doesn't have them in stock either.
No, I'm sitting here. I'm looking at Lipsy's, and I looked at 2 other ones too, and it's either allocated at Lipsy's, 10 rounders are out of stock, and everything else is allocated.
Mm-hmm.
So that means nobody has them. Either they didn't ship them right, or they're sitting in limbo somewhere.
Or worse, could have been worse. They did a SPC on one gun and found out, the frame cracked here, or something seriously wrong. Oh shit, we can't send these.
Yeah, that could be very possible too. And that would be more logical than anything else. they found something. They had a recall or something. And they had to fix it.
Well, now just
That would
looking
make
at
sense.
their glamour shot photo here, it says made in Italy. So that could have all. I don't know if there's something with the EU going on or with Brexit that's thrown off production.
Coronavirus.
Yeah, because my Langdon here is made in the U.S. So Midnight's got that stare on him.
No, it's text. No, I'm beat. I'm wiped out. I don't know. We're gonna go much longer here. I had a roughest weekends I think I've ever had this Friday and Saturday. It's
worse than Valentine's Day weekend. 50-50.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was probably worse than Valentine's as far as what we went through. Yeah, we just pulled some stuff that did a party that we shouldn't have done, and should have let them walk because we're short staffed and we're already fairly busy, and they took it anyway, and it just was too much. Just rough. We just need staff. We need some help.
You need staff that won't leave.
Yeah.
Your Petco's has a 2-for-1 sale on choke chains and leashes.
Well, I had one newer kid. I had a newer kid give notice and then didn't work his notice out. So that made it rough. He was supposed to be there. He was supposed to be there through Saturday and wasn't. So I didn't have him. I had him. I don't know when his last day was. He worked. No, I had him last Friday, and then that next day, that Saturday, he didn't come in, and so I didn't have him all week this week, and I knew this Saturday we were super busy, and it's brutal, it's miserable. Didn't give notice, just young dumb kid. Saturday was pretty bad. I think we were there till. I think I left there at 2:30. I think Friday night I left there at 2:30, and then came home, did some stuff, had to do a load of laundry or whatnot. I was back in at 8:15, and I think I left last night at. I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't know what time I texted the wife I was leaving. It was like 2:00 or something. 2:30 again.
Was the kid a wait staff or was he a cook? Or?
He was me. He was one of mine. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's just a piece of shit.
Fucker.
Really was. I mean, he
Give me his address.
He's just kind of arrogant. Just kind of, I don't know. He was young and arrogant.
Screw you. I'm going to open up my own restaurant with hookers and blackjacks and people who are younger than me that I can boss around.
Man,
you don't know shit.
Yeah. He just kind of bullshitted me too when he was leaving. He told me he was going one place. He's, he said, the money's great, $2 more an hour, and told me where he's going. I knew the chef there, and so I knew it was just whatever, Bullshit. Hey, George, what's going on?
Hey, George.
And
George of the jungle.
So he came in for his check, like, I don't know what it was, Thursday or something. I went downstairs and was like, yo, what the hell happened? Oh, I was sick. You're sick? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What happened to you Saturday? Oh, I was sick. I was like, couldn't get a hold of us. My phone's broke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
My car ran out of gas.
Or did somebody shove it up your ass?
Oh, my phone's broke. And I was like, nobody has a phone? Nobody else has a phone? Couldn't give us a call and let me know you were sick and you weren't coming in? Oh,
It is 2020. They have phones at the damn dollar store.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. So I was like, whatever, man, just get the hell out. I don't need this shit. But it's hard because especially coming into, Friday was pretty busy and we had a lot going on, stayed late, did whatever we had to do. But just know when you're walking into a mess of a day that's so hard. That's so tough on morale,
Mm-hmm.
You're walking into that and you're like, we had a busy brunch on Saturday to begin with, and then we're real steady. And then we're closed for like an hour in between lunch, brunch and dinner, but that's nothing. That goes like that, And once we started getting dinner tickets in, I was like, fuck, here it comes. And it just didn't stop. And it went from, one of the guys that we have in the back he's a good dude. Real nice guy. He does prep for us. He was like, it was like 11 o'clock at night and we were finally like done, like cleaning up or whatnot. He's like, he's like, I looked at my clock when you jumped on the line to start calling tickets and it was 5:30. He's like, and you guys didn't stop calling tickets and running around and being like crazy until 10:30. It was just straight through. It was nuts. And it just wipes you out. Yeah. And it sucks because I try not to lay around on Sunday and be a bum, you know what I mean? I got up and went to the park with a little dude and had fun and we stopped and we went out and got try and let the wife have Sundays as much as she do as much or as little as she wants, because she has them all day, every day. So, I was like, he wanted to go to Cracker Barrel for chicken tenders, so we went there and then came home and hung out. But I feel bad because I'm just so damn wiped out on Sundays. It sucks. What's a payphone? Yeah, no pay. There's like 2 payphones left in the whole planet.
No, not true. I actually
speaking of that,
I actually saw some when I was about 2 weekends ago.
Yeah,
but
I don't think they're actual working payphones.
Yeah, I think there is only
the one down here was actually pretty cute. They had where the payphone stand was. It had all the had the payphone there. Somebody pulled a string and put a string in a can there. It's actually pretty cool.
There was, I forget, a couple of years ago there was still one in like Times Square or something, and they took that one out, and it was like a big deal because it was one of the last ones anywhere. I don't know if there's any left. There might not be any left. I don't know.
And I know
it's funny you say that, Midnight. When I was in sales for 14 years, we had 2 little kids at home, and I'd be on the road for 5 days. I'd come home, and I'd walk in the door with my suitcase, and my wife was sitting there with like our 1-year-old and hand it to me as I was walking through the door, and she goes, "I'm out of here." she'd go like hair salon. She'd go walk around the grocery store. She'd go anywhere else but at the house. So I felt sorry for her.
Yeah, and it's tough. I try and whatever she wants to do, it's fine. If she wants to relax around the house or wants to get out and do something, fine. I don't.
Absolutely.
I'm just happy to be with him. I'm lucky. I get to see him in the mornings. I see him every morning. But for a while, I wasn't. That was really tough. He's at an awesome age. You know what I mean? He's 5, and he's just a little. Their personalities come out. Personalities come out, and they're just like little people. They're fun. Now's a great time. A payphone a couple of years ago when
they like 500 questions a day, I think it is, or something like that. Maybe it's 200. I don't know.
Oh, there was something today that was really funny. We were at like I said, we went to Cracker Barrel and we were waiting to be seated, and they had all sorts of toys. He's like, "Well, let's go look around at the toys." I'm like, "All right, let's go look around at the toys." And they had, and he picked up. It was so funny. It's just his little, their little minds are so awesome. And he picked up a plane, and it was a little A-10 Warthog,
Ooh,
and
nice.
he picked it. Yeah, awesome. Like, that's like one of my favorite. Ever since I was a little kid, I was like, "Oh my god, these things are the best." So he picks it up, and he's like, "Oh, look at this plane! It's this army plane or something." He said, and I was like, "Yeah." He's like, that's a cool plane. He's like, what is it? And I said, that's an A-10 Warthog. He's like, what is that? A plane. And he goes, all right. And he put it down. It's just like, he picked up,
son of a bitch.
And he picked up a helicopter, and he said, what's this? And I said, oh, that's an Apache. He said, what's an Apache? I said, a helicopter. He said, oh, okay. And he put it down. It's just so funny. It's so funny. It's just he didn't want anything except like a little acknowledgement, a little conversation, to
Right.
like justification and what he was looking at and that it was cool and it was fun or something. It's just so funny. What's that? What's this? A-10 Warthog. What's that? A plane. Okay. It's so funny.
What's a plane? It's an A-10 Warthog. What's an A-10 Warthog? It's a plane. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and he was like, that answer was perfectly legitimate and
acceptable. Yeah,
exactly what he wanted. Right. Oh.
Remember
and then
the
wait
state
till
boy
somebody
for
comes
something?
up and says Apache, when there's an Apache Indian or something, they say, "Look, and it's an Apache," and he's looking for a helicopter. Where? No, right there, standing there. No, Apache's a helicopter.
Yep.
We've got A-10s that fly over the house all the time.
Oh, they're awesome.
That's awesome.
They when they tried to ditch them, when they tried to scrap
I was
them
pissed.
a couple years ago, they had who was it that did a really cool? Somebody did a really cool speech on it in Congress. Mattis? I don't know if it might have been Mattis. I don't remember. And he just did a really cool. Yeah, he just did a really cool little speech on it and why they should keep them. And I forget what they were trying to substitute them with.
The 35.
Yeah, that's what it was. Some legislator was trying to substitute it with the F-35.
The whole I forgot who mentioned it, but kind of the stereotypical rule of thumb for the Air Force: if it's not faster, bigger, and shinier than what we have now, they don't want anything to do with it. They want new and shiny. Oh, look, this F-35, it can do everything, kind of a thing, which they haven't realized that you've tried this back with the F-4 Phantom and the F-111, that you can't have the A-10 is not a multi-role. It is very specialized, and it does a very good job at the one thing it's designed to do. Then they're also trying to get into or replacing it with like a turboprop variants because they're a lot more economical or more fuel efficient than the turbofans.
Well, they were having all sorts of trouble with the F-35 at that time too.
Yeah.
They were like,
they still can't get parts for it.
Yeah, they were having all sorts of trouble with them, and they're like, "What you want to ditch this? Scrap this to something that's not even working. It can't even work,
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's gonna last until we don't have any more parts, period, or any more planes to cannibalize to make replacement planes, because they've done what? I think like 2 life extension programs on them already, because the government being the government is okay. We have a contract. We want 1,000 of these planes. Well, we're only going to end up making like 600 of them. We're going to have you hold on to the stuff for like a decade or so in case we want more. But then after that, we have to have you destroy all the tooling, the fixturing, the technical specifications for manufacturing of it. I don't know.
It's like our air base up here. They have 6 F-22s that actually fly. They have 30 of them on base. They only have 6 that actually fly because they're too busy bastarding child the rest of them to try to get parts to get those 6 up in the air. It's unreal.
Where are you located at, Glib?
Arizona.
Oh yeah.
Comments, the only things.
C4 Defense. Who wrote your song? Was that you? Who did your lyrics?
I've been working on them during the show.
That's why you didn't get involved in the intergenerational dispute over what constitutes the zeitgeist of handguns at the time.
Yeah, I checked out mentally on that one early.
Really, how's that different?
He's working on his manifesto.
Yo, PIG, let's kick it.
Guy that comments, I think
Rich white baby.
I think the 350 Legend just takes a different follower, doesn't it? It's not a different mag, but I don't know. I'm
Collaborate and listen. Rich is straight up a West Virginian. Shotgun strikes the primer lightly, streaming on the internet daily and nightly. Will I ever shoot? Yo, I don't know. Tactical lights, and I'll go. Control out the lead. I grab my AR by the handle, pee outside, and light the house with a candle.
That's the highlight of the night, man. Holy shit. I'm going to loop that back and replay it.
There you go.
Use that for an answer, for your ringtone.
Yeah, my ringtone. Yeah, that's right.
It's all worth
It's
it.
just like Dumb and Dumber. Just when I think you couldn't do anything more stupid.
Yeah, dumber.
Totally
Redeem
yourself.
Redeem yourself.
Max, you're talking about planes. I'm wondering how this F-35 Lightning II is going to turn out here.
No, the Navy's kind of already based their new generation of carriers around it, so
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
like the last one is the best one where you got to spit it out real quick. Will I ever shoot? Yo, I don't know. Tactical lights, and I'll go. Control at the lead. I grab my AR by the handle, pee outside, and light up a house with a candle. Pretty good.
Damn.
Like it. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know. I am hopefully optimistic that the A-10 will stick around long past its service date, like the B-52 has.
Did you print out the original lyrics and just write them side by side? Because that's the way to do it. Make sure you get the tempo right and everything.
I just cut and paste them into a Word document. I just go through and change them.
Yeah. When I did the night before Christmas, that's how I did it. I just went line by line and tried to, take it piece by piece. It's pretty.
I think
pretty
you should
fun.
do a story next week. You haven't done one in a long time.
Oh man, shit. That's hard to do. I was really lucky the first time I did. When I did, I tried to do one. I tried to do one. Not a year ago, less than a year ago, and I just had a hard time with it. I was lucky when I did the big ones, the big story. When I did the one for Matt, when he did Shit Hit the Fan story time, I was lucky because I did one or two segments, and then we went on vacation to the beach with my aunt for a week, and I wrote a bunch of them down there. And I was just able to, I was relaxed. I wasn't working, didn't have any stress. Like things were cool. We were hanging out, and that was a way to do it. I knocked a bunch of them out, and they were really funny. They were really good. And it's hard when you're stressed out and working and tired. It's so hard to do anything like that. It takes a lot more. I shouldn't say it takes more effort because it probably takes less effort, but you need to have the right atmosphere,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
When's the Killer Food series coming back?
I don't know. My wife's been bugging me to do
Never.
She's been telling me to do stuff. I don't know. I don't want
to. When shit settles down a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard because the last thing I like doing what I do. I love to cook. I like doing what I'm doing. It's what I feel like I'm supposed to be doing. But man, towards the end of the night, it's a little bit it's a little bit hard too because I have to when I did those, it was very rare that I did a food video while there was still people in the restaurant, because you get back.
So you waited till the end of the night to do those?
Yeah. So I mean, if we're open till 10 and the dishwasher's there for, you know, a little time after that, and they're still cleaning up the front, and the manager's doing stuff out front, you know, I might be at work for like an hour or something, or an hour and a half before I even used to start those videos. So it would be, you know, and then to do them, you know, do a couple different segments or whatever. Doing the actual videos wasn't the hard part or the time consuming part. It was before it, and, you know, clean up and stuff like that. But it's hard, man. And that's the thing, is like, I don't want to do them and have a bunch of background noise and have the sound be shitty. And also, to some extent, it's hard for me to do, to try and do it and have a lot of people like up in my business too, because I just don't want people, you know, coming back and ask, I don't know, like, because I kind of separate that part from this, you know, I separate myself from the restaurant, you know, and this, you know, guns and the gun videos and stuff like that. So it's a little bit weird. I prefer to do them when there's nobody there. And there's just nights where it's like, man, it's super late. I'm like, you know, put another 2 hours into my night or 3 hours into my night to do a video. You know what I mean? It's just been so burned. Just been so burned out. No.
10-4.
Right, we're gonna pack this in. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah. See you, buddy.
Later.
Join us
Later,
guys.
Glim.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too.
And I've done a couple of I've tried to do a couple of videos where I've filmed things while I was at work, you know what I mean? And then tried to do some voiceovers where I was just doing some prep and breaking down stuff and some techniques and stuff, but they're just not, I don't know, they're just kind of shitty. Like, they didn't turn out well, and I ended up not putting them out and just deleting them, because it was like I would put my phone on the shelf above me, and like, I did the sushi video, and that one turned out okay. And I did a voiceover over the, you know, over the video I took. But there's just been a couple where it's like, it's not natural to do. It's not natural to talk about doing something like that after it's done. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about, you know, if you know, anybody can do that. Anybody could go home and cook something and film themselves while they're cooking it, right? And you're talking and you're going through the motions and you know, whatever. Now delete all the sound out of that and talk over yourself. You know, it's awkward. It's weird. Like,
that's weird. Yeah, that's weird.
It can work, but it's not the same. You know, it's just a little bit weird. So, yeah, I just sort of scratched that. It's hard, man. I just don't have. I have the space there. You know, I have lots of space there when nobody else is there, and it's cool. But yeah, it's a little awkward. There's there's a lot of neat stuff that, like, you don't see. Like, if you go follow like Alton Brown on Instagram or something, he'll put up pictures of like the crazy shit, the crazy shit that they have set up there for him to do all his videos. It's really neat when you see the behind the scenes for that. It's crazy. It's like a real movie, you know. A bunch of different people in the background and mirrors and scaffoldings and, like, you know, everything's done with you know, and like gimbals and stuff like that. It's pretty neat. It's pretty interesting to see it.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, you know, with your profession, it's like everybody can relate to it because everybody cooks every day,
right?
You know, and so they like to see, you know, a more polished and more professional, you know, and get tips and tricks and shit like that. And, you know, as opposed to Sarge, nobody wants to be a cop. I mean, come on. You know,
I mean, no one past the age of like 10 wants to be one.
Right. I mean, I did a ride along with my college roommate. I think I talked about this on your show before. And everybody you pull over is lying to you. They're shit. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
I could never do, and people don't do that every day. They cook every day,
Yeah.
and it's so relatable. And to get extra tips or tricks and techniques and stuff like that, it's just it hits more closer to home,
Yeah, it's a little bit tough because also, if you watch some of the more polished, you use the word polished, and that's a good way to say it. The more polished videos and stuff where people are doing demos and they're doing a lot of stuff. There's other people involved too, and it's really nice. It's nice to have somebody filming you and doing all that kind of stuff. So doing it myself is a little bit, being like a one-man show, it's a little bit, it does make them seem a little more generic kind of, or, I don't know, whatever, how to say it.
More relatable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's not as nice. Not as fancy.
That's
Yeah, it's basically it's what I said.
Or if it's
Yeah,
something
basically.
where I don't have it on the tripod, and there's been one or two things that I've tried to do like kind of guerrilla style with the camera in my hand. It's really tough because you find yourself looking through the camera or the phone to make sure that you have the shot right, and then all of a sudden now you have a discrepancy of what you're looking at versus what you're doing. Like the depth perception is weird. You know what I mean? Like if you've ever, it's like anytime you film something, the next time you film something, with your phone or whatever, and you look through the phone and not look at the phone if you were doing something with your other hand. It's really weird. It's really awkward.
So what you're saying, Midnight, is in order for you to keep doing the Killer Food series, we need to get you one of those cheap VR headsets that you stick your phone in and just cut a little hole where the camera is, so you can just have both hands free and be doing all this.
It would be
no. He needs people.
Yeah.
Like
bodies. Well, I'll tell you what. One of the things that would be really neat that I would love to do would ultimately, if I had the ability to, would be to not live stream it, but just do like wear a GoPro, wear a GoPro on like some busy nights and just, I think there would be a lot of people that would be almost, it's kind of reality showish, you know what I mean? But I think there's a lot of people that would be interested to watch chunks of that. If you edited it down and you did some sort of fun videos of like, oh my God, look, these guys are going nuts, not something that you'd watch for a long period of time, but just do like 5-10 minute clips when it's going crazy in there. Because people are really interested to see that kind of side of it. Nobody sees that for the most part. You go out to the dining room and you might hear shit going on in the kitchen, but nobody really gets to see it.
And then you'd have a whole slew of culinary students dropping out.
Right. Yeah.
Because they'd see what the hell you do all day.
Yeah. And I don't know if I put it up on Instagram or whatever. I did put my phone up on a shelf one day while I was on Saute and sort of filmed myself. But it was kind of, weird, like, because it was stationary and you couldn't see what else was going on. And that's the thing when you watch, like, you don't even think about it when you watch like cooking shows or restaurant shows, how many cameras are going on at the same time. And then you edit stuff from each one together to make it look, really cool and nice. And
or they're using like a steady cam where they can
move
it around to where it looks like, oh, hey, I'm actually a person here watching it, not just
right. Yeah. George says, wear a GoPro when you shoot your AK to see that big muzzle flash. Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff out there nowadays. There was a couple of different companies at the outdoor show that had like mounts that attach to your phone and then attach to your gun, your firearm. To see. Some of them were just not magnified at all. And it was just to see, like, in real size and real time or whatever, what was happening. And then there's other ones that actually gave you the ability for your phone to look down the scope basically a magnified scope. You know, it's pretty crazy looking.
Mm-hmm.
There's all sorts of stuff out there now. Stuff works. I just worry. I wonder, like, how durable that stuff is. You know what I mean? You know, over the course of a year or two. You know.
Midnight, you got like like some of the big hardware and home improvement stores or fleet farm stores surrounding your area. Just go in there when they've got, or if you do, or just like even hardware stores that might have tried expanding up to, oh, hey, we're a hardware store, but we also sell like appliances and off-brand TVs, and got like one little shelf of weird, cheapy import electronics and stuff. Just go in there, and if you find like an action cam that's like $10 or something like that, everything's made to the same like GoPro mounting standard. You can go on Amazon and for don't know if they're still up on my YouTube or not, but those videos I have comparing the different muzzle flashes of the long-barreled AR, the short-barreled or pistol with the flash cannon, that was all done with that cheap $10 Menards special GoPro and what is this? A Rail Dogs Picatinny to GoPro mount. I think it was like $5 on Amazon.
With a Z?
Yeah.
Dogs.
Yeah, and this was actually the most expensive one because it's all articulated.
Yeah. It's different. If it was my restaurant, if it was something like that, you know what I mean, it'd be a little different. I don't use it. Not mentioning the name of the restaurant, and all that kind of stuff is, I definitely always have to think of that, and none of the employees know my channel name. You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. I don't tell any of my employees what my YouTube channel is, or they know I do stuff sometimes, but they don't know they wouldn't be able to find it, Yeah. And that's just and that's fine. I don't have a problem doing that. It's not like that. I'm not pissed off about that or anything. It's just how it is. And
a personal choice.
Yeah, for sure. And I wouldn't want them coming on and, because
you're a piece of shit.
Well, it's not even that. Well, that would probably happen too, but not even that so much as, one of them coming on and then next thing you know, they're telling everybody where I work. You know what I mean? So
where you at? Yeah.
And that's not something we want. So, yeah, you just it's just best to keep it as separate as possible. Wonders if you're having fun making videos. That's the best part of making videos. Yeah.
Yeah. And on part of your just recording like a little clip of everyone just kind of going to town when everything's really cooking, no pun intended.
Yeah.
And the back is, if you didn't do that as like its own standalone video, you could always use like little 10-second segments of that as like bumpers between whenever you do like a transition from, okay, this is how we build the Monte Cristo. Now we're over here by the fryer, but I've got the prep all there. And or as something.
Now, do you get like these, backyard spice guys that come in and go, "Hey, we're marketing these, barbecue rubs and stuff"? Can you get that?
Sometimes.
You get that a lot?
Sometimes. It's not too much with the really small private guys.
More like Foodco has, hey, we've got our new X1337.
Well, it's more companies where it's like different purveyors, like you have Cisco and US Foods and all these other ones, whatever. But you'll just get other companies that pop in and they're like, "Hey, we're in this area now." And sometimes there's a couple of questions that'll just, for me personally, or the situation I'm in, that weed them out. It's when are you in town? how late in the day can I order? And I have people come in and people that'll come in and be like, oh, we're selling seafood. It's like, okay, when can I order? How late in the day can I order? Like, oh, we want the order by 5:00. And I'm like, I'm not even cooking for people at 5:00. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that happens a lot where I'm like, thanks, but that's not going to do me any good. Because I just need to be able to, I need the service. I need people to be able to take an order for especially fresh seafood up till like midnight or something, or 11 o'clock at night or something.
For sure.
Because it gives me a chance to get through dinner, calm down, take it easy a little bit, unwind, and then assess, what I need. And I just don't need to rush around. When, somebody says, oh, we need seafood by 5:00, I'm basically ordering blind for the next day. It's like, well, I think we're going to be busy, or I don't think we're going to be busy.
Right.
And you end up either ordering something you don't need or not ordering something you do. We're just not consistent as far as business. Like we do a fair amount of business where we do, we do okay numbers and whatnot, but you just never know when you're going to get it. Monday might be real busy this week and Tuesday might be dead. Next week, it's the total opposite. Tuesdays, we get hammered for some reason, and Monday's a ghost town.
Do you document it on a calendar?
Yeah, and we watch. You've been to the restaurant. You know where we're at. We look at the amount of work traffic that we think we're going to get, and some other factors of things that are in the area that might bring us business or not. Yeah, we try to, and we'll look at that day last year. If you can anticipate it pretty. You can anticipate it pretty well, but it's just the weird day-to-days that sometimes you're just like, oh, that was weird that we got that big pop tonight, and there's no rhyme or reason. It's just the industry. It's just there's days like that, and it's funny because
go ahead. Oh, so that's kind of that kind of stuff you just kind of learn on the job. Sometimes there's no way to teach that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things like that, but it's funny. Like it'll be like a Tuesday or something where there's seemingly nothing going on, and the weather's not anything. The weather's not anything special. Like it's not super gorgeous out or whatever. And it's like okay, or maybe it's a little overcast and kind of rainy. We're thinking like, all right, it's probably going to be slow, or I don't think anything's going to happen. And we get a big pop, and we get a bunch of people for dinner. I'll text some of the people that I know. I'm like, were you guys busy tonight? And they'll be like, no, we were dead. Like, why the hell were we so busy? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, some days you just don't know. And you get burned on it sometimes where,
right.
You send people home or it's slow or whatnot. And then all of a sudden you get a bus full of people come in. Not really a bus, but actually we have had a bus people.
Do you guys have outside dining?
Yeah, we do. We have another, let me think. Probably 4, 8. Another, 24, 36 seats outside. On top of, what we have inside. I think it's, at least 24 during the summer, yeah. That's only during the summer, obviously.
Right.
What's the best, worst customer experience? You mean as an employee or as a diner? Like, what's the best and worst customer experience I've ever experienced while working?
Probably while working.
Yeah. Well.
I throw my liver and onions in your face.
I had a guy chew me out in the middle of the dining room once. That was pretty bad. That was super embarrassing. And I stood there and I took it.
This ain't medium rare.
Well, his wife was gluten-free. His wife had a gluten allergy. And we were really busy. And somebody ordered a tuna tartare, gluten-free. And some of the things we marinated with like soy sauce and stuff.
Soy.
Yeah, it has gluten in it, right? So, cooks are cooking and they're like, oh, I got this gluten free. And, I was like, okay, well, it's no big deal. Just don't use the soy and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay. So they sent it out and I wasn't thinking, because I was busy, I'm doing my thing too. I wasn't thinking that we use fried wontons with it, which are obviously flour based. You know what I mean?
Right.
So they, they're not like a rice. It's not like a rice paper or something. It's actually, gluten. It's, flour based. So his wife got it and she took a couple bites of it and then said something about like, oh, these crackers gluten free or whatever he said. And of course they weren't. And he was super, super pissed and this was years ago, asked me to come out and he fucking chewed me out. And he's like, this is bullshit. She
survived.
Yeah, she lived, I'm sure. Yeah. And honestly, me being the kind of person I am, I went out and I took it thinking, this is the right, I'm just going to take my medicine and move on, and learn my lesson. But the big thing is, as a customer that has an allergy, you would be amazed the amount of people that don't let you know they have allergies. We had one this past week, and I'm trying to think what it was. It was an allergy. Somebody had the dish put down in front of him and eats like half of it. And it's like, oh, this doesn't have pork in it, does it? Or whatever it was. I can't remember what the hell it was. We've talked about this on the show. And the server's like, yeah, it does. And it's like, oh, I can't have that. And it's like, why the hell? Who the hell waits till they're halfway through something to ask if there's something in it they might be allergic to? You know what I mean? Like, that shit happens a lot. A lot more.
Because it's delicious.
Yeah, and people are just, I don't know, man. People are super weird, man. Some people just, I don't know, they're kind of oblivious. The best customer experience, I don't know. I've had some really cool things happen.
Like, hey, get the chef out here. You're like,
yeah.
Oh, shit. And you get out there and they go, awesome job, dude.
Well, we had that happen. My wife and I ended up getting tickets to go see
Tickets to go to court.
No, yeah. We went and saw Meatloaf. And
no way.
Sauteing or baked?
He was awesome, by the way.
Hell yeah.
You're saying
he
you saw
was-
Paradise by the Dashboard Light?
Yeah, he was
Or not
great.
that good?
But they had a reservation came in, and it was like, and the owner came back. He said, I had this guy call for reservation, and you could tell that he was like a manager or something, So he looked up his name, and the owner came back. He said, oh, this is Meatloaf's. This is the road manager for Meatloaf. I was like, oh, that's awesome. So they came in and they ate. And he wasn't with them. He was actually sick. So he was actually at the hotel, like chilling. But they asked me to come out and they just wanted to say how awesome everything was. And the one guy was vegan and he had gotten a couple of, he had asked for some stuff vegan and he really, really enjoyed it. And he just wanted to say, how great everything was. And, they ended up leaving us tickets. And the guy that was a vegan was actually, it was pretty cool because he was actually, before he played, he was touring with Meatloaf, but before that, he was the lead, he was one of the guitarists in Anthrax. He was a real nice guy. I can't remember his damn name. No, Scott, no, not Scott Ian. But that's what I was going to say. And it sounds kind of weird, but Scott Ian is married to Meatloaf's daughter, Pearl. So that's probably how they got hooked up together is, playing on tour with him or whatever, like somehow. But they were really, really nice people. Super nice. And I was like, oh, man, it'd be awesome to come out and see the show or whatever. And it was like a Sunday show. So like, well, he's like, well, come on out. We'll leave tickets for you. And they left tickets for us at the box office. And we just went and picked them up and went in. It was great.
Nice.
That was a really, really fun show. Yeah.
Was he playing by himself, or was there another band?
No, there was another band. It was like a local. I don't know who it was. Somebody else local opened for him, but he was awesome. And I'll tell you what, too, the woman that played that sang opposite him. You know, there's always like the female lead or whatever that he sings.
Patty Rousseau person.
Yeah, she was awesome. She was so good, man. Just really, really amazing singer. And then we saw him, and we're just, even my wife was like, "Oh, that was really good. He sounded so great." And I saw in the news like 2 days later that the next 2 shows were canceled because he was so sick. He was so out of it and just not feeling well. I was like, you would never even know. It was crazy. He was really feeling bad, but he did awesome. Yeah. But that was a cool one. But yeah, it's pretty much just I don't know, I met Dave Chappelle. That was pretty cool. That was
Did you let him smoke in the restaurant?
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Midnight. There's the Kevin or 6 Degree connection between you and Yankee. You gave a meal to Dave Chappelle, and Yankee almost ran him over.
Oh, really? Yeah, I never heard that one.
Apparently, in the hundreds of different jobs and side hustles that Yankee has done, he did a stint as like a trash collector for like Portland or something like that, or for like a contractor or that. And as he was like, they pulled the trash collector into an alley, and as they were either like backing out or pulling forward, they almost ran over Dave Chappelle.
My wife just
according to Yankee, so take it with whatever amount of salt you figure is necessary.
My wife said out there, Brett Michaels. I'm not sure why she said that, but it might be because I almost ran him over one night leaving work. No shit. I park in the parking garage now, but I used to park on the street, and it was late as hell. And I hopped in my truck and I started driving away, and this asshole runs across the street, like just runs across the street in front of me, and I was like, I swear to God, in my mind, I was like, look at this little asshole running across the street. And it was in a cowboy hat and these fucking ripped up jeans. I'm like, look at this little asshole. Almost fucking hit him. And like, as he got across the street, he took his hat off, and I was like, that was Brett Michaels.
Fucking Brett Michaels. Think you own the damn road.
It was so funny because he's such a little dude. He's only like 5'7" or something. He's like a little fella. And yeah, it was just so fun. It was so funny. And my brain like locked up. I was like, look at this little son, Brett Michaels. What the hell?
Some bitch.
Yeah, like, what the hell?
You didn't stick your head out the window and said, excuse
out.
me, boy. But there's, excuse me, little boy, but there's a curfew in effect. You really need to get home before the sheriff finds you.
Yeah.
She yelled out, called him by his first name. God dang it, Brett. Get out of the road.
Moving, Brett. Son of a bitch.
Brett Michaels. Did you look over? Who? The guy I just yelled to. I wasn't looking.
They're all from Central Pennsylvania, except for Cece. Brett and Bobby and Ricky are all from Central PA. So every once in a while you'd see them. If they were playing somewhere, they'd, be out and stop and do like a show here or there at some of the bars or whatnot. Probably got paid, probably meet and greet kind of things. You know what I mean? Little side hustles. But yeah, that one was just weird. I was just like, what? I don't know. I'm trying to think who else. I mean, any other standout things at restaurant. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff happens. You know what I mean? A lot of people are. Sometimes it just the industry is so can be so hectic. It's a shame you don't have a whole lot of time to actually take advantage of those cool things that happen. You know what I mean? You're just like, okay, great, move on. Move on to the next thing. Next thing. Putting out one of the things, I don't know that people in other industries say it, but people say like, I spent all day putting out fires, where you just go from one issue to the next issue, the next issue, the next issue, and when it's all said and done, there's days, it's crazy. There's days it'll be like, I'll get in at like 2:00 and it'll be 4:00 and I'll have not done anything. like I feel like I haven't done anything because all I'm doing is running around and doing orders and dealing with other people's BS and sitting down to talk about this party and that party and make a menu for this event and that, or all that kind of stuff. And then I get back and finally get into the kitchen. I'm like, holy shit, it's 4:00 and I gotta do this stuff, and it's always behind.
Did anybody ever take you up in your onion slice challenge?
No.
Onion slice challenge.
The race, onion race.
Yeah.
But I have a guy at work, and I'm always. It always makes him laugh, and I do it because it makes him laugh. And his brother has worked for me for years, about 7 years now or something. His older brother, and he's my sous chef now. Actually, his older brother is now my sous chef. But he got hired. He'll be going on 2 years-ish, something like that now. Never worked in a restaurant. Just came in as like a dishwasher, maybe do some prep, and just took to it really well. And really enjoys cooking. And he's doing really well. Like, he's good at it. He's got a good abilities, natural abilities. He anticipates stuff. Like, I can't say a whole lot. I can't say anything bad about him. He's a really good dude. But I'll do onions and stuff like that, and I'll be chopping them, or whether it's celery or anything, you know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff that's, to me, is just like generic, and I don't have to look at it while I'm cutting it. And he'll be across the kitchen doing something, and I'll be like slicing an onion real quick, real thin like that, and I'll be talking to him and looking over at him and go to the next one and not look at it at all. He's like, son of a bitch, man. You son of a bitch. he's like, I'd be bleeding all over the place. Yeah, it's funny. I'll that's why I actually enjoy doing prep sometimes, because it actually gives me a chance to just not
chill,
stress, and people deal with some of the stuff that people need me to deal with while I'm just knocking stuff out. Yeah. I mean, there's been a couple of nights when I've had to stay at work, I've jumped on other people's chats while I'm doing prep at the restaurant, because I'm the only one there, and it's like, I might as well talk to somebody. It's kind of fun, actually. Once Vanilla Ice hype man spit water on me and my friends, then got invited to the RV by Vanilla Ice to party. Yeah, there you go.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Yeah. Was his name Carlos?
Actually, I think it might have been. No, I can't even say that. No, never mind. Trying to think of something that would funny or pair well with Vanilla Ice. So like chocolate.
Yeah.
Dirt. I don't know. What's the opposite of ice?
So you guys have all those
chocolate fire.
All the people, like what you see on the cooking shows, where you've got the, I don't know, what do you call it, the prioritizer or whatever you call it, that, like, coordinates all the dishes going out, or is that
the expediter? The expediter?
Expediter, yeah.
Well, yeah, we do. And our kitchen's set up kind of goofy. Our kitchen was never really designed to do what we do out of it. The restaurant was designed after a restaurant that the owner already had, which was more American fare. It was salads, wraps, sandwiches, burgers, stuff like that. And so it wasn't meant to be like what we do with multiple courses and plated stuff and like not fine dining. I don't say I do fine dining, although it borders on it in my area, what people consider fine dining. Like, we do stuff that's pretty nice, but I'm not shooting for fine dining, but we do a good job and we do some nice stuff. We definitely go above and beyond compared to what a lot of other places do, but without being like weird and pretentious. But so when we when he built the place, it was not built to do what we do. We don't have enough space. It's set up weird. It's set up sideways. So yeah, it's kind of hard because we it makes it harder. And when I first started, we didn't have an expediter, and the servers were plating up their own desserts. And I was like, this shit's got to stop real quick, because they were just half-assed and stuff, and it looked like Ruby Tuesdays when it went out. You know what I mean? Yeah. It was like, more whipped cream. You know. Yeah. Chocolate sauce. Yeah. And we didn't have an expediter. So picture this. Okay. So you come in with a 4-top at 7:00, and you get a burger, a steak, a fish, and a pork or something. And then a little while after you, a 2-top comes in, and they get a burger and a fish or something. So that server, the 2-top, the 4-top starts coming up, put the burger and the fish up, and the server grabs them for the 2-top and takes it out to the 2-top.
Oh.
Because they didn't look at the ticket, you know what I mean? They're not paying attention. That's my food. Gone. By the time they were at the table, you're like, yo, where'd that shit go? And now you've got two people out of 4 done, and the other 2's not ready for another 10 minutes, and it's a real pain in the ass. So yeah, we need it. It's a kiss of death, man. So that happens a couple times, and I'm like, that's enough, man. This is not happening. The servers are not looking at the tickets. They're pulling the food. They're putting this stuff together wrong. So then we had an expediter. But yeah, that expediter basically, that's the liaison between front of the house and back of the house. And a good expediter is amazing, because it gives me in the back, or the other guys in the back, a chance to get in the weeds and get confused and really get our shit out of whack, and be able to ask one person, like, what do you need right now? What do you need? What's the next 2 things you need? Like, okay, well, I need a fillet to sell a ticket. Okay, what next? I need what do you need in the next? What's the next 3 things you need? I need a fillet to sell a ticket, and then the next ticket needs the salmon and the pork. I'm like, all right, guys, I need a fillet, a salmon, and a pork, and I need them right now. And that gets in the window, and it gives me the chance not to look at the tickets and not to have to decipher what we already put up versus what needs to go up now. And when it gets really, really bad, and you get to the point where you're not pulling tickets because you're so far behind, that person just does get you back on track, or they should, if they're good. If they're if they're not, if they're kind of weak, they can actually hurt you pretty bad. And one of the things that our expos do, and they're both pretty young. One of them is pretty inexperienced. One of them was really inexperienced when she was hired. Now she's doing pretty good. They're good people, and they work hard, and that's what's important, but they have bad habits. And one of them is not looking ahead. So they'll get the tickets just like I do. So they might have 10 tickets in front of them. And a lot of times they'll be like, all right, I need they'll have a bunch of stuff in front of them for like 2 or 3 different tickets. This happens at brunch a lot because of the sides, but if somebody gets home fries, somebody might get a sausage, somebody might get bacon, whatever. I'd be like, I need a home fries to sell. I'm like, oh shit, okay, yeah. So I whip out a batch of, knock out a home fry and take it to the window, and I go back to my station or whatever, and they're like, all right, I need another home fry to sell the next ticket. I'm like, son of a bitch, why didn't you tell me you needed 2? The little stuff like that, like the more experienced you are, the better you are, obviously. And, like if I was in the window, I'd have been like, okay, I need 2 home fries to sell 2 tickets, and this and this and this, where they don't. And I'm like, then I look at them like, God damn it, why didn't you tell me 2? They're like, I'm sorry. And they get like deer in headlights sometimes, and it is what it is. Like I try not to be too hard. Yeah, I try not to be too hard on. What made you want to cook for people? I don't know. I'm a Food Network kid. I mean, when I was young, Food Network started, and I just gravitated towards it. First thing I ever cooked really was, I remember sitting on my grandfather's counter when I was little, real little, 5 something maybe. And I remember making cinnamon rolls, almost like a monkey bread kind of thing. You take bread dough, roll it in butter, roll it in cinnamon sugar, and put it in a casserole dish or whatever, and let it proof, and then bake it. And you get like cinnamon rolls, sort of like a monkey bread more than anything. Sarge is a piece of garbage. I hate that guy. So bad. Said he's going to bed so I can go to Cook St. Arms today. Jerk.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Sarge, your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Rich white baby.
If you had a problem, you also want to check out this paper I did in college.
Just for that, I hope you get pulled over by somebody who doesn't recognize you.
They all recognize me.
Or they do recognize you and say, hey, you're that idiot who got his picture taken with a donut in your mouth. Screw you. Do you have any idea how much shit I get from people showing me this every day?
Kinky saying, was it because food brought memories of... No. I think with me, it's just it was just a natural gravitation towards the industry. I don't know. I can't really explain it.
He's a masochist.
My must. When I did my interview when I did the interview process for Top Chef, when I applied for Top Chef, one of the questions was, what chef influenced you the most? And I put Martin Yan.
And, Yan Kane Cook.
Mm-hmm. And it was just, I remember that dude being
very passionate
and just having fun, having
Personable.
fun and being just looking like he was like loving life. And so that was one of the ones that made me, that just sort of drew me to it a little bit. But when I was young, and you see like Bobby Flay started doing his stuff, Martin Yan, Mario Batali, who turned out to be a total scumbag. You think Taryn Butler is a scumbag? Mario Batali turned out to be a real dirtbag.
Oh, did he really?
Mm-hmm. Bad.
Oh, a little
tons of sexual.
Mm-hmm.
Tons of sexual abuse bunch of sexual abuse charges, like harassment charges, like serious shit, not just like talking to somebody bad, like sexually harassing somebody, but like physical stuff.
Oh shit! No way! I didn't know that.
Yeah, a couple years ago it came out. There was I watched not I don't want to call it a documentary, but it was like a video, whatever on it. The wife says, I could have told you about Mario Batali. See?
G-Web.
Hey, G. So,
Good evening.
Yeah, there was a place in, I can't remember what it's called. It was like the pig and the spotted polka dot pig or the spotted pig. And it was,
pig?
I don't think it was peppered. I think it was called the spotted pig, I think. I don't remember.
Pig in the poke?
Look it up. What's that?
Pig in a blanket.
Pig in the poke?
No.
I didn't think he wanted to poke.
Yeah. But the guy from the Chew, Mario Batali. The guy that owned it with him, I guess they owned it together. It was just like, they were just both dirtbags and just like really super sexually harassing. And there was stories of just taking advantage of, servers and, yeah, just bad stuff going on at that restaurant, and eventually closed down. But there's some of it was on film. Some of it was caught in. Some of it was caught on security cameras, him doing shit and stuff. There was no denying it. You know what I mean? That he was a bad apple, man. And a lot of people covered it up.
I'm so old. I used to watch Justin Wilson.
Oh yeah. I guarantee
the Cajun cook. I guarantee a little wine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then of course Emerald and yeah. I used to watch all those shit.
I never cared much for Emerald.
You said I'm missing the guy from the Chew. I heard he would get me service. Who knows? I don't know.
Seven Wonders. Yep. Lassie. That was
Porky's.
Oh, shoot, what's her name?
Oh, Porky.
Yeah, what's her name?
From
Kim Cattrall.
Yeah, Cattrall. Yeah. The wife says redheaded Weinstein looking ass. But he wore orange clogs. That's what's important.
Crocs.
Yeah. Well,
no, he's the one who popularized them. Same. He can just burn.
Same thing. I've got Crocs. I'm wearing Crocs right now.
Yeah, I wear Crocs at work too. I got to get a new pair, man. My bottoms of mine are shot. I'm
shredded.
I'm slipping all over the place. They're not non-slip at all.
You cut that strap off as soon as you get them?
No, I just leave it flipped up.
Yeah. Those little buttons on the side always catch on shit. I hate that.
Kinky Sphincter's ratting out Seven Wonders.
Mm-hmm. Even worse, it's a tiny 1911.
He said Seven Wonders is getting a 9mm 1911. He's been waiting to rat him out to you all night. Actually,
my Crocs are Advantage camo, Mia.
Oh, you have is it the mossy oak and orange camo?
No, they're stealthy camo, non-pedophile.
Kinky's saying he's going with the Beretta 92X, but it's still 9mm.
It doesn't have enough millimeters.
You have to be at least 1 centimeter before we'll consider it.
Well, I never thought about it that way, but it's not even a centimeter, is it?
No,
it's a half.
It's a weak-ass non-centimeter being caliber.
You weak-ass non-centimeter people.
I mean, it's metric to begin with, and that's just heresy here in the States, but, you do you.
People, I mean, it's legal. You can walk into a gun shop and be like, I'd like to, I can't go all the way to a full centimeter, but get me really.
Can you give me like a 0.9 centimeter? I can do like 90% of a centimeter.
Give me like 9.55. Give me not even 9.55.
It's got to be more than 9.5. Like I don't want to be made fun of. It's got to be more than 0.5, but I can't handle point.
I don't want to half-ass it. Don't half-ass me.
Yeah, I don't want to half-ass the centimeter.
Or it's half-assed. There's nobody going around saying 9mm and half-assed. Let's not be crazy. It sounded nice.
He says, "Hey, 1 more millimeter, and it's a 10mm." Yeah,
but it's that 1 millimeter shortness that keeps it from being that full centimeter.
Mm-hmm.
And 7, that being a millimeter shorter than a centimeter, sounds like a personal problem that you don't need.
One more cylinder, and it's an 8-cylinder. One more cylinder.
Yeah. No one wants to hear about your weird. Nobody wants to hear about 7's weird ass 7-cylinder car.
rapey people.
Yeah.
Mia,
Nice.
I think that's on pretty much anyone who's incarcerated. They've moved over to the bright orange Crocs.
Yeah.
Aren't Crocs like mesh on top? You don't want to wear something that's enclosed. I thought for working in a kitchen, like I would.
Yeah,
wear,
like the ones. Yeah,
They're
the ones they have for kitchens don't have the open tops. They're closed. They're just like regular not sandals, but
regular like slip-on shoes.
yeah.
What the heck were those? The other ones that are kind of like actual shoes, but they're the slip-ons, like yacht shoes or something like that, where they're kind of like a cross
Dockers?
between a
Like Docksider kind of things.
yeah, they're just regular shoes, but they're made out of like the kind of like Converse only, but they're just slip-ons. Got that kind of weird zigzag foot pattern on the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, Crocs make those too.
Vans.
Okay.
Vans? Skateboard shoes?
Yeah, kind of like a Vans. My grandpa had some of those. He's dead. He's dead.
I'm sure that the two are not.
It's such a weird. My grandpa had some of those.
And now he's dead.
No, he's dead. That's a great. Yeah, don't get them. You'll die. They'll kill you.
Well, usually you don't get to be a grandparent like that long. I mean, at the point of where you're a grandparent, you're probably already, if your one foot's not in the grave yet, it's like towards the edge.
Grave.
And the edge is kind of like crumbling a little bit every time you move, but.
My grandparents wore shoes too. Now I'm rethinking this.
They wore shoes.
Think about.
Are you going to join Mello in the great barefooted lifestyle there, G?
Don't put shoes on your dog.
Oh, not if you like your dog anyway.
No,
I should put shoes on my dog then.
With the exception of something of it being like medical, or your dog just has a weird breed where their paws don't ever toughen up. Putting shoes on dogs just pretentious.
They don't toughen up.
Mello will go outside, right? If it's like, the morning or something and there's dew out there, because right now it's been like raining and stuff, so there's like the grass will be wet. If like she's walking and it gets wet, she'll look at it like if a regular dog like steps on a nail or something and goes, what's going on with my foot? That's how Mello will look at it. But if it gets like wet or if she stands on something that's like a different angle than the other stuff around it, she's a girl.
So she's
shits on the carpet.
No, she's good. She poops outside and everything. It's just that she looks at her foot like when it gets wet, like, oh my goodness. And she limps a little bit.
Like, this is different. This is weird and different. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm more like that. Like, uh-oh.
Well, I think Mello's a little spoiled, and that is A-okay with me.
I don't think she's spoiled. She knows how to work the system. She knows that she's a cute, fluffy puppy, and that being a cute, fluffy puppy has certain advantages, like belly.
She's riding shotgun in the van across the United States, reading the map,
getting to see these weird animals without having to actually deal with them. Seeing this stuff that's the same color as her and realizing she is not the biggest fan of it.
She's a little snooty. She'll like look out the window and see a deer and go.
Or an elk and go, that's funny looking.
That's right. I'm in a van, motherfucker.
If she like jumps up on the seat and sees something, she'll be like, "Oh, look at that!" Right? But if I'm like, "Go look on this, jump up on the seat," right? Like with every other dog I've had, you go, "Get up on the seat," and then look, there's a dog out there, and they're like, "Hey, thanks," and they're looking at the dog, right? This dog, if you get her like, "Come up on the seat," look, she'll be like, "I'm not gonna look at that dog. I don't care about."
Like, I
can't even look at.
You don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Can't even look at that dog right now.
But she's not like averse to it. If she sees the dog, she'll look at a dog or a person or whatever. She'll pay attention to it. But she's definitely got that attitude. Like, well, I'm not going to look at a dog just because you told me.
It's like, no, you told me to do something. Screw off. I am my own dog. I don't. What do you think I am, a dog? I'm not just going to do something because you tell me to.
She probably takes 8-hour driving shifts.
She gets in the mood. Sometimes she'll sit up there and pay attention when I'm doing other things. She gets sick of it and she'll just stay in the back. She stays in the back more than she stays in the front.
Well, that's where the cozy bed is.
Yeah, and it's easier to lay down on the floor than it is to sit up in the chair.
Oh, she's probably playing World of Warcraft and Fortnite and shit.
I feel like I've been moving, right? Like my friend needed help moving, needed money, so I've cleared out everything out of the van basically except like built-in stuff, so that I could have the most room possible. It's been raining here lately, So it helped them out. They had a lot of clothes and stuff in cardboard boxes. That way we could put them in the van. And that van is freaking huge, right? It's like the long wheelbase extended one. So it is actually really big when it's empty. And it's just got the floor is just that rubber, like the really thick tire rubber, right? So it's smooth. It worked perfect for drag and stuff. So last thing to move was, or no, wait, this was yesterday. My friend's got this. You know what Metro shelf is?
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's metal shelves. They're like the uprights are round pipe looking stuff, but much more strong than pipe. And then everything else is wire. And it's stainless steel. It's easy to clean. They use it in kitchens and laboratories and stuff like that a lot. So it's that material, but it's a real kind of a mini version. And it's got wheels on it, and it's designed to be like sitting next to you at like a desk. And it has like upright, or what do they call them, vertical files in it or something, hanging files. So it's just like office piece, right? And it's metal, and it's got wheels on it, but it's like the size of something that would sit next to you when you're sitting down. So it's like 2 milk crates in size, but you know, sitting up and then on wheels. And I didn't think nothing of it. And my friend had a couple of them, were moving stuff, and I said something about it, and he goes, "Oh, you want one of them?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure." So I get one. I didn't think nothing of it, and the whole van is empty, and it's just rubber back there. And we leave or whatever, unload the van. It's dark. I put her in the back because I was stopping somewhere, and I didn't even think about it. But that thing's just rolling all around. Unless it's like 12-foot long van. It's like 8 feet wide by 12. There's just this big metal thing rolling all the fuck around on its wheels. And I didn't even think about it. It's rolling all around back there, and she's back there. So whenever I open the door again, she comes up and she's like sitting right next to me. I'm like, "Oh boy, you're really happy to be sitting right next to me. What's going on?" Took me a little while before I'm like, "Oh shit, it's probably like crazy." I don't know, like obstacle. It's like the X-Men room where they go in. Have the
I almost died, so I'm going to sit up here with you if that's okay.
Yeah. It's like, I'm like, "Wow, you're sitting up here." It's like, "Hey, I want to sit up here today." But yeah, she was having some sort of like crazy obstacle course with this like robot wailing on her in the back.
Poor Mallow.
She's all right. And then today,
damn robots.
Today it was just the whole thing empty with like a barbecue. We need to get rid of the barbecue from that place, and I dragged it over to another friend's house. So it's like just the, you know, barbecue with all the barbecue smells. You mentioned a dog in the back having to sit next to a barbecue with all the barbecue smells.
Jesus. Yeah. Miserable. Going crazy. Go in there, it's like, hey, you look loft. It's got barbecue sauce all over.
Yeah.
To be white, right?
I thought you were a white dog. You're all like barbecue.
You're like red and sooty.
Yeah. Your Sweet Baby Ray's colored. What the hell happened?
I open up the back. I'm like, "Hey, I'm sorry to tell you, but this barbecue, like, it's all gross. Like, he didn't think he wasn't, you know, planning on moving, so he never cleaned this." Or wait a minute, and it's like all brand new looking. It's all like polished. She's sitting there all fat.
Got a hold of your beef ribs. Wow, you got some old grandmas out there. 7 Wonders. Grandma turned 107 on the 4th. Whew.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been that way for a while where, well, not uncommon. It certainly isn't unheard of for someone living past 100.
Kinky says, I don't want to see the day we won't get a new Yankee Marshall video. Gotta miss his sass.
No, Kinky. I think we're getting close enough to the point of where all they got to do is just hook a couple wires into his brain, and if they can't keep it alive, simply just download his personality. And here, it's the new Yankee Marshall, the man who can barely use an apple trapped in a computer. Actually, that would make a pretty interesting reality show.
At some point, you get enough data in your live shows that the AI can replicate you pretty accurately. And then at some point, it can go beyond replicating you, right? So, and then I guess the next step after that would be whenever they can just download you before you actually lose your meat sack.
I mean, they did it to Grand Moff Tarkin in Rogue One. Get the guy's name who actually played him.
Mm.
Well, and Carrie Fisher, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just think about that. How, with all the different, like, hundreds or thousands of live streams and videos that a person puts out of how long it'd take until Amazon or Google decides, oh, here you go, little AI. Sit down here and watch these thousands of hours of video. We'll come back when you're done and see what kind of personality you get from it. Isn't Yankee in like his early 50s?
He's like 70. How do you know that it already happened? That some people aren't just reruns. How do you know that it already hasn't? Some people aren't just reruns.
He could have died 10 years ago.
I know it already hasn't happened.
Well, I'm not saying I know for certain, but I have a theory about you there, G, that you're not actually a person. You're just a entity that inhabits different dogs. The tall meat sack that walks around with it is just some type of construct. That's why it's so tall. Because dogs can't make anything that's regular people size. It's very hard with their paws.
Kinky says, I'm gonna work on a best of the Yankee Marshall video. I'm probably gonna cry through it.
Now, Kinky, are you gonna put like some of that real sad Sarah McLachlan music, or are you gonna put who sung that? Time in a Bottle.
Time in a bottle.
I tell you what I'd like to do. I'd save every video till eternity passes and have a creepiest session over you.
Jim Croce?
Thank you.
There you go.
I think it is Jim Croce.
Yeah, man had range. That man had range as far as different types of music.
John Denver didn't have enough range on his airplane.
Too soon.
Ouch.
Too soon.
John Denver joke? I was going to say a John Denver joke? Oh.
Moo? It's a 7.
No, it's not 5. That's not 5 minute worthy.
No, but it's a 7 break worthy.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
I disagree with your concurrence.
Go to the panel.
I am the panel. Well, part of the panel. I'm 1/4 of the panel.
Well, I'm a quarter of the panel too, so booyah.
True, but I'm also a share member of GunTube.org.
So am I.
This isn't going to get resolved unless we have like 2x4s at dawn, is it?
Did you get your shirt and wash it?
Yes,
that thing doesn't fit. I don't think it'll fit my dog.
Why did it shrink that badly?
Oh yeah.
I know. I might just try hand washing it with cold water then.
Everybody has
you're probably
to go
not
to the creek and wash their GunTube shirts in the creek.
I'm gonna beat him off a rock.
Whoa. Midnight. Wait. Beating off rocks.
What do you mean? How warm is it going to be today? No, I can't wash my GunTube shirt today. It has to be kind of cloudy so it doesn't dry too fast.
Great. This means I gotta go unplug my well and get into the deep, dark, cold aquifer where it's like just above freezing.
Or you have to take it to a dry cleaner. Have it done with chemicals and stuff.
I dry clean my GunTube shirt.
Hey, this is my This is my go to the courthouse at the Capitol building T-shirt.
Like, those people that have like the green jackets or the gold jackets for doing something or accomplishing
something,
or like being the top, whatever, the master something. Like you take it, like have it done like one of them green or yellow jackets. Take care of it like that.
I think I'm gonna have green jackets on my channel if I ever made a video.
Andy,
just you walking across in the scene in a green jacket and kind of shrugging and walking off. That's it.
With a green
and a Patreon link right underneath it.
And a GunTube logo on my hat.
For less than the price of a cup of coffee a day.
In the eyes of an angel.
You too can keep this wonderful person's video platform free of corporate censorship.
Damn robots.
All right.
The robots are neutral.
Look at Midnight's like so defeated.
But great.
He's like,
down this 2 hours ago when we started.
They're intended to be line dried. He said they're intended to be line dried and proudly displayed, not hidden away in a hot dryer.
oh goddamn!
Hand wash, line dry,
Hand wash,
Night.
gentle, no detergent.
Yeah,
it might fit my 17-year-old daughter. That was a T-shirt. No, the decal will scratch your paint.
That's what you should have been like Spaceballs when they did Spaceballs the toilet paper. You could have done that with gun tube.
I've been combing the desert all day.
I ain't found shit.
I sent in my box tops, but I'm still waiting for my gun tube, the flamethrower.
Yeah, there you go.
Your Royal Highness's luggage.
Your Royal Highness's much longer. Great.
Barf.
Yeah, he's a barf. You know, he had to
Not
wear.
here, mister.
He wore like the battery pack alone for his for
the ears.
John Candy had to wear was like 60 pounds or something. Something
It
crazy.
was a 30-pound battery.
30 pounds.
Just watch. What's the guy's name? Like Minty Fresh or whatever. He
Minty.
does like all.
He
does like all the top 10.
Yep.
Things, and the whole thing with. Oh, the one reason why Spaceballs was able to get made was because it had George Lucas's blessing, because they agreed not to do merchandising.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the merchandising.
Yeah.
Which is why that's a whole bit in the movie.
Remember the canned Perry Air?
Yeah.
Or Space.
Why didn't somebody tell me my ass was so big?
Spaceballs the bed sheet. No, sir, I didn't see you playing with your dolls.
Yeah.
Good.
That was a good movie, man.
It's still a good movie. Everyone.
Lone Star.
I see your Swartz is as big as mine.
I can't breathe in this thing.
It was Rick Moranis's improving to when he had the helmet down to talk differently than he did when it was on. Wait a minute. When is this? Oh, this is later. Well, isn't later now? No, now is now. Later is later.
They're doing another Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. That's what they were saying in that Minty's video, that Rick Moranis, when he went into retirement, he just refused to come out and do anything else. So they've been trying to do another one. They've been trying to do another Spaceballs, and he wouldn't do it.
Well, I thought the whole thing was, didn't his wife die and he just decided, you know what, I'm a single parent now. I just really need to take care of my kid or my daughter.
Yeah,
and then he just kind of got like used to not having to do, not having to do movies and that, which I don't know if out of the movies he's done or the residuals he's got, like, fuck you money, or just enough to be, you know what? I have enough money to live comfortably the rest of my life and do all the things I want to do with my kids, and if she ever has, or if I ever have grandkids, kind of thing. And I just don't want to do this any.
Mm-hmm.
I got fuck you money. Every time my bills come in, I go, fuck you.
No, you had fuck you money. And then the mailman took it away.
Because he's in my bed.
Yes, usually mailmen like beds. They're comfortable.
Sleeping with the mailmans. My mailmans and them's.
Yeah, even when the mailman is not a man.
Mail person.
I believe it's
mail
letter carrier or postal carrier.
Right. Yeah, I got a mail bitch. Bitch, too. Her name is Karen. She's a see you next Tuesday.
You said Karen?
Aaron.
Oh.
No, I'll call her Karen now. Thank you.
Here comes Karen with my goddamn mail again.
I don't like the way Karen's handling my package. She's always rough with it.
Oh, she turned me into the postmaster general like 3 times because of my stupid dog.
Jesus.
That's a whole nother chat.
Yeah.
Postmaster General. It sounds so intimidating.
No.
Oh yeah,
He's a Postmaster General.
He was a letter carrier that went. Okay, I'll take a management position.
He's not a postmaster sergeant. He's a postmaster.
No,
general.
He's a general.
I need more government cheese, but with less government work. now
See my stripes on my sleeve.
Now, the worst thing you want to hear them tell you is, it's not. You know how pissed off they are with you if they say, "Well, no, I'm not a mailman. I'm a mail person, or I'm a little carrier." The worst thing you can have them hear you is saying, "I'm a federal employee."
So if I kill them,
it's still a felony.
Their family gets a benefit.
No, it's a felony. In fact, you do anything to them, it's a felony since they are a government employee and therefore government property.
That's all right. I got 3 shallow graves already dug in my backyard.
Look, I realize you're trying to slim down, but I don't think getting rid of your other 3 stomachs is going to work.
I only got 4 stomachs. I'm a cow.
Yeah, you said you had 3 shallow graves, and I said getting rid of your 3 other, not 3 utter stomachs.
Oh, you should see my udder one.
I'd rather not. Yeah, so getting back to John Candy, apparently it took 4 people to animate the suit for him. Because he was actually in control of the ears. That way, when he was doing the expressions and that, he could emote better. But then it was like 2 other people or a couple other people to animate the tail.
Hmm. Yeah.
So Mia had a dress made out of glass beads. That sounds heavy and uncomfortable. Unless you were into sandblasting.
30 pounds. 30-pound dress. Holy moly.
That had to be something fancy.
How'd you get that off, Midnight?
Sandblaster.
Sandblaster.
He just sings one of those really high notes and they all shatter.
Well,
hit that high C.
Well, actually, I think what would happen was Midnight was getting a little fresh with Mia, so she kicked him in that high pitch. That's how he was able to hit that high note.
John
in the ankles.
John Stamos' brother. South Park.
John Candy sounded like I don't know. John Candy's whole bit was kind of being the lovable oaf. Girls' dresses to be heavy. No, is it just a psychological way of saying after you have kids, this is how you're going to feel all the time? Dress is almost as heavy as my fully loaded plate carrier. Yeah, it's not even ballistically rated.
I don't know. Paul Harrell might have to try that 30-pound dress out on the meat target.
This dress just fits my frame better.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah. So since we've got the granddaddy of gun channels in there, and since Midnight's spirit doesn't look like it's been quite broken, shall we rehash the which guns go to which generation, Midnight?
No.
Look at that. Look at that look.
No.
It's like you shit on his carpet.
No.
He's like, no.
No, it's not. I don't think it's not quite the shit on your carpet. It's like you shit on the carpet and then wiped your ass by just dragging it.
It's like that dog that goes that slow creeper ass drag across the carpet with the back legs straight out. Or George Grayson cat.
Yeah. George has got the life. That's the way to live.
Oh, he does. Oh, Vandalistica's out there.
Hey, Vandal.
What's up, Mike?
Is Australia still on fire or no?
I think Australia is always on fire.
They had a big rain. I think they put it out. Trump sent over some planes and made it rain.
Yeah, but the idea of Trump making it rain is actually paper, and paper burns.
Trump tweeted that he liked the fires, so immediately they were put.
The Democrats all ran over with buckets and put it out.
No, I think it was all their tears and whining of, oh, look at how bad he is. He's wanting these people to suffer. Yeah. You have no idea what any of that means. I did a Chuck E. Cheese restaurant once. How do you do a restaurant? That sounds like indecent exposure at very least.
I can understand an island nation burning on the inside, like in the center, maybe. But on the edges, it seems like they could just splash ocean water on it.
Yeah, can't they just tip it over a little bit and get the water to come over?
Yeah, but you have any idea how hard it is to get all those people to go towards the fire? And
who is that?
Boats. Get a bunch of boats, and you know how when you do like a rooster tail or whatever, and it splashes water up.
Oh yeah, a bunch of jet skis.
Yeah, I mean, well, that is perfectly valid because there are rednecks in Australia. I'm pretty sure there's got to be at least a dozen or so of you out there. Oh, hey, look, mate, I got this 400 kilowatt motor in my speedboat here.
What's a donk?
Hawaii don't ever burn down because of that.
Well, that's because Hawaii is like made out of fireproofed material.
Pineapples don't burn.
Thatched huts and stuff. I've seen Hawaii.
It was already on fire.
The island itself, not the man-made cancer on it.
So it's not it's not like Australia is made out of plaster of Paris or paper mache.
No, Australia is made of the tears and kindness of people who get out there and realize that, oh, hey, there's spiders bigger than my head.
In gasoline and that big pile, and they called it Australia, and the people lived on it.
It's made out of those balloons that you covered in plaster of Paris when you were in grade school.
Exactly.
We had to do that.
They told them a long time ago, don't smoke here. It's flammable. And then after a while, their weird language got all backwards, and they're like, smoke here. It's fantastic.
Smoke here. It's inflammable.
See, it's their fault.
Yeah. You come up, bring me the...
Hey,
we can explain how to run your continent and your weather and your natural disasters. Good at mansplaining all that.
Vandalist. Everyone's an expert when it's not their leftist dirt pile on fire. Well, now, Vandal, you could always just go to New Zealand. I mean, it's smaller. It's mostly rocks.
He doesn't have a boat.
Swim it.
If people from Cuba can swim to the Keys, he can swim to New Zealand.
New Zealand is their Canada. They don't want to ever have to go to New Zealand for nothing.
Can he make a raft out of mold out of a couple of milk jugs or something? Float over there.
Like an old 57 Chevy or something?
All they got to do is stop, and New Zealand runs into them like a little brother or like a little
Turn the motors off.
Yeah.
But, sir, we've never turned them off. We won't know if we can turn them back on if we stop them.
Come on, Mr. Fat Jack. Where's the bigger boat?
That's the real boat.
Well, now you see that's why they get rid of guns. They can't have firearms if the place is constantly getting set on fire every year.
Well, that's a good point. If it wasn't sad and everything and catastrophic, you could make some kind of joke about how they can't have a fire because they can't have firearms.
Yeah, there's some really bad jokes there. I'm not even going to say anything about. It's horrible shit that you can say about the firearms, I guess.
Well, now, Vandal, you're just looking at it the wrong way. He's saying it's as anti-conservative there as it there. It's like choosing to be kicked or punched in the balls. Now, you just need to have the leftist mindset. They're not kicking you in the balls. It's a foot job. They're not punching you in the balls. They're giving you a hand job.
Mm-hmm. It's Rochambeau.
Mm-hmm.
They're helping you lose weight by kicking your ball nuts and you throw up.
No dragon's breath.
All right, let's lock this shit up. I'm going to go to sleep. I am exhausted.
Well, you need to get up early tomorrow so you can beat Sarge to St. Arms.
That'd be nice. I'd love to go down there. That'd be awesome. It's not that
Go
far
slash
away.
his tires.
Yeah, I'm gonna call down there and just randomly call some bar down there, and whoever's still there drinking, I'm gonna forward them $20 to go put a holes in his tires, perforate his tires.
Oh, hey,
he's gonna go looking like he'll be looking like Buford D. Justice in his car when he gets there. Cars, wheels all wobbling, no roof on it.
No roof, no windshield, only one door in the back.
Yeah, the roof, Sarge, the roof flew off.
I hope your goddamn head was in it. Eat some clam chowder.
Yeah.
Well, no, Midnight. You just had to randomly call bars in North Carolina and say, "Oh, hey, are you in Hill Valley County? You are? Listen, tomorrow I need you and all your buddies who are still there and drunk to raise as much hell as you can in the county."
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, call me into work today. Oh my God, everybody was going bananas all day today. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, there's some weird guy who was driving a train, of all things, a diesel electric locomotive down the middle of the road. And it wasn't even a paved road.
Uh-oh, Seven's throwing shade.
Oh, what happened?
Well, Seven,
You'll
that's
see
generally what you do with pussies.
Well,
he fucked it.
damn, my account got hacked.
Yeah.
That was Johnny 182nd Ideas did an Instagram thing with that today. He said some woman said some anti-gun thing to him, and he called her out, and she was like, "Oh, my account got hacked." He's like, "Yeah, okay, Karen, whatever." Sure.
I didn't watch his shit today.
Oh, Vandalistica, we've been trying to wind up for more than 45 minutes.
We've been winding up since 10:30.
Mm.
How old was Vandalisca when he realized where he lived was a continent?
He was this many years. He was today. What do they say? Today, years old or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see that on Instagram? People are like, it was today years old when I realized this is how you use a paperclip, right, or something stupid. You know? Some random shit in life. Some life hack.
All right, did you?
Most of those, when you snoop them or whatever it's called, then they're not legit. Like, they're always fake. Like, somebody just sends those out to make people think that, so you start saying it, and it's almost always wrong.
Almost always wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of how I try to work the word unsober into every conversation to get it into common parlance.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
So, Moo, how unsober were you after those 2 Bloody Marys for breakfast?
Oh, no, I was good. I was good to go. I did a whole bunch of shit around the house, put some running boards on my new truck, cleaned out the garage.
So now do you have running
sobered
boards
up.
for your running boards so you can actually step onto the running boards without ripping your pants?
Yes, sir.
Have you high-centered your truck yet doing it?
Not yet. But it's a goal.
Well,
wouldn't be the first time.
When you do that, we'll have something to talk about next week. Like, this truck is still sitting in the middle of nowhere. I was on a 3-day cruise, and bam, this ship hit an island. Pow. Right. You guys have anything? You guys have anything coming up?
Nope.
Not really.
Look at him. He's trying to sweep the floors, man. He's like, get the fuck out of here.
Those bastards.
If anybody is in the market for a either binoculars or a rifle scope, Bushnell has a 30% rebate going on some of their.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the offer is valid until the 15th of March.
Cool.
February, March. So, and Midway is actually doing a lot of clearance on the scopes that are available, so you can actually pick them up for fairly cheap if you're into that kind of thing.
So they're doing
I'm on
they're doing a
financials.
sale on top of the discount. You mean?
Bushnell has a rebate going, and but where are these? They're Prime. Oops, page just moved. They're 29% back when you buy any Prime, Nitro, Forged, Engaged, or AR Optics product, and then Midway is slashing prices on like some of the Prime and the Forged rifle scopes. Like they've got a, let's see, what was this? Prime rifle, 3.5 to 10. Their original price was $150, and they're clearing it out for $75.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So there's a shameless plug for a company that's doing financially well.
There you go. G, you got anything coming up?
Yeah, I'm doing the Clash Patch batch. Doing right. It's got about 2 weeks still, so I could definitely use help promoting that. With I don't use Facebook or Twitter really. I don't know if anybody uses Twitter, but if anybody uses Facebook, sharing that around would help a lot. Appreciate it.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No.
How about a Benchmade plug?
The Benchmade dude, he died.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
I don't know much about him.
Who died?
One of the
founder of Benchmade.
Oh, really? Like recently? Like today?
Like a couple days
today
ago.
or yesterday. Yeah, something like that.
Hear about that. Thanks.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I saw that on Cosaint's Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh, because you guys are tight.
Well, I'm follow him. I don't think I'm tight.
It's Instagram.
Yeah, I'm real tight with everybody that I follow on Instagram. We're like besties.
Don't shit on the moo.
We're not.
Don't poop in my pasture.
You should have a T-shirt that says that. Don't poop on the moo, and then have your logo.
Well, no.
Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
He can do like his own version of the Gadsden with his icon, and it says "Don't shit on me."
Yeah, there you go.
Instead of "Don't tread on me," it'd be "Don't shit on me."
Yeah, the Gadsden cow. Everybody knows about the Gadsden cow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now I'm thinking.
There you go.
I apologize. I got his wheels turning.
You made me think.
Pink
God
said the DOJ whistleblower got suicided too. I didn't hear that, but if that did happen, holy shit. I'm surprised.
The person whose name YouTube doesn't like you saying?
Yeah. I don't even remember the guy's name.
Don't even care. Who? What whistleblower? I don't.
Hashtag don't poop on the moon. Don't poop on the moon.
You wouldn't even be able to tell.
Yeah, it's just another mark.
Just another spot.
All right. Ape, you want to
all right.
Yeah,
keep it short and sweet. Let's get the fuck out of here.
All right. Shameless self-promotions and random bullshit aside, ladies, gentlemen, and Jonases of all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range TM's The Closer.
The Closer.
This concludes our regularly scheduled programming. Keep an ear out for some random chats like Black Cat Outdoors, the Gun Channels Community Monday night programming. At 5 p.m. Eastern, it's news and commentary with Never Enough Ammo's hasty headlines. At 7 p.m. Eastern, it's the Polite Society podcast on Facebook and Travis P11's Caliber Corner on YouTube. At 8 p.m. Eastern on Instagram, it's CloverTax MOA Monday and Why Volcano Squad's Locked and Loaded on YouTube. At 9 p.m. Eastern, it's Never Enough Ammo, Mr. Matt's Guns and Geeks podcast, The Week in Geek, get your fill of geek. 10 p.m. Eastern, whenever they feel like doing it, it's intentionally left blank. Sometimes maybe, but more than likely maybe not. Every weeknight at midnight Eastern, it's the Daily Gun Show. They've far surpassed the 1,000 show mark, so come on, it's an institution. Go watch it. Also, check out guntube.org as a free and unrestricted Pro 2A video platform. If you like what you see, go over and throw Night Strike $1 for less than the price of a cup of coffee a day. You can help keep independent video production free from corporate censorship. For cool and unique two-way swag like most of these patches you see here behind Robbie, go over to gearwebsites.com. For cool and unique two-way swag, it's gearwebsites.com. And remember, hot dog is a sandwich, Slim Jim is candy, and Gun Channels is a community, not a place.
Right on.
Right on.
All right. I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Take it easy. Bye.